exiting, can they be in the path of my client?
No.
Thank you. I have a new issue, which is this beheading in front of me. May I?
Sure.
This was laid on our desk just now. We did get a picture of it the day before Dr. Fong was deposed, which was 8 days ago. We got a picture. Your Honor, they're intending to have Dr. Gibby talk about it. This brain has lots of different pieces and everything. This was not at his deposition. We haven't had our experts review this. We've never seen it in a three-dimensional format until this minute.
What's your objection?
Untimely disclosure.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Was this disclosed as a demonstrative exhibit?
Yes. It's not going to the jury, it's just a...
And how was it disclosed as a demonstrative
We
exhibit?
sent him pictures of it. So he can come over and look at it if he wants.
And that was just before Fong's deposition?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'll sustain the objection if it wasn't disclosed under under the guidelines required by Rule 26.
Well, he used a picture of the Statue of Liberty. I mean, you know,
There was no objection to that, so.
well, I mean, what's good for the goose is good for the gander. I mean, all he wants to do is use this to explain his
I understand, Mr. Sykes, and it may be perfectly fine, but he's objected to it, and the rule wasn't followed, so I must uphold the rule. And do we need to, are we ready for the jury, or would you like to examine your witness out of the hearing of the jury?
Well, we'd like to examine the witness out of the hearing of the jury, but I'd just like to remind or inform the court, which was not mentioned earlier by the defense, is that before Dr. Gibby's deposition several years ago,
Are we still on the demonstrative exhibit?
no, we're on the FMRI.
Okay, go ahead.
His VITA curriculum, or his resume, discloses his publications, peer-reviewed, I assume. One is oral presentation, advanced FMRI for the clinician, Baylor University, oral presentation, advanced applications, 2015, these are 2015, 2016. I'll let him get into it to lay the foundation. I want to make sure that the court is not misled to think that we're hiding something or something's coming in at the last moment. This was disclosed at his deposition, which was,
I don't think you're hiding anything, Mr.
a year and a
Gilbert.
half, and it's nothing new. August 4th of 2021, plus they had in the initial disclosure, which is probably several months before that, so it's almost 2 years that they're doing this. And now, on their second day of trial, they object. But we would like to lay the foundation for the FMRI discussion that Dr. Gibby will have during his presentation in front of the jury.
Okay. You may proceed.
Stand.
Good morning, sir. If you could stop right here on your way there.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
Good morning. You're laying the foundation, but would you state your full name and spell it for the record, please?
Wendell Arlen Gibby. WENDELLARLENGIBBY.
Thank you.
Your Honor, if I may, instead of going through the long background and education, could I do an abbreviated one, or
Whatever you feel you need to support your request that this witness be able to talk about his database.
Hey, Dr. Gibby, we'll go into it later, but can you quickly tell the court your background and training and where you are right now and the work you're doing in neuroradiology and what's related to your testimony today?
Yes, thank you. I'm a medical doctor trained at University of Utah residency in diagnostic radiology at University of Arizona, a fellowship in neuroradiology at the University of Pennsylvania, and I am currently an adjunct professor of radiology at the University of California, San Diego. I have a private practice of radiology in Provo, Utah.
Okay. Next, I'd like to just focus in for now on the FMRI, that the discussion that we'd like to present the jury today. Tell us about the foundation or the reliability or the work that's gone into your sort of FMRI, and if you could explain it for the court so we have a clear picture.
So functional MRI involves a technique wherein we look at the activation of the brain. It was first described in the 1990s, where as the brain consumes oxygen, it changes the signal intensity of the brain with very subtle changes in the magnetic field, the local magnetic field. And using this technique, doctors around the world have applied it to a variety of techniques. I think the first application we used was back in about 1997 or so, when we would use the exercises or finger tapping while the patient was in the scanner to identify the motor cortex for neurosurgeons. This technique has evolved over the years to identify different areas of brain activation. We moved ahead and in approximately 15 years ago started doing quantitative functional MRI, where we would evaluate the activation of different areas of the brain during standard neuropsychological testing. And along that way, we developed atlases, which you can see in my CV have been presented at various conferences, and a normative database or controls with patients that we performed questionnaires to exclude other medical problems, and created age-related normative control database for 6 or 7 different neuropsychological tests.
Would it be helpful, Your Honor, if we show his vita on the screen, or I don't have a hard copy to show you right now.
To show his vita?
Or resume or a curriculum, what do we call it here?
CV.
CV.
I mean, if it would be of some assistance to you, that's fine.
Well, to establish the foundation, because this is what was challenged earlier, and we want to make sure it's helpful to the court. So,
I understood you were making a threshold showing under Rule 702B as to the reliability of...
Okay. What is it about your testimony today about this case involving Terry Sanderson's brain injuries that demonstrate the reliability of your use of the FMRI in his case? I know that's a broad question, but that kind of cuts to the chase.
Well, I think that I'm not an attorney, and I'm not sure I understand Rule 702, but I do know from a scientific perspective, in order for data to be valid, you have to have controls. It has to be reproducible. You have to perform statistical testing on this, or standard deviations, because all people there's a range of normal, and you can't use it to make assumptions or to draw conclusions beyond what the data allows you to do. And how we have used functional MRI is to compare quantitatively the brain activation of patients with various conditions, traumatic brain injury, versus those that do not have injury. And we, I think some of the distinguishing features with what cognitive FX or whatever has been described to the court We have created our own database, age-matched controls. We use a newer statistical method that received a U.S. patent that allows you to essentially borrow statistical strength from the neighbor, so it's a cubic spline interpolation, which means the data is better.
Sorry for interrupting. Is this data available to other researchers who want to use it and verify it? And
yes.
Has that been done?
Other people have used it. So, for example, we shared this with the University of Hershey State in Penn State, in Hershey, with clinical researchers. So it's been used at other facilities. The data is just a normative database that maps for a given area of the brain and for a given function of the brain what controls will exhibit in their functional testing. Now, we don't try to necessarily draw a one-to-one conclusion. We simply say, in this case, we ran this test and this patient was outside of normal. It is a piece of evidence. We're not trying to conclude that it was necessarily the traumatic brain injury that caused that, but in this population with this particular test, we have a normal data set, just like you would have a blood test, a hematocrit, or some other medical test. You would create a normative control, and if it falls outside of that range, you would call it abnormal. You might not draw a conclusion as to why their hematocrit was abnormal.
Okay, I interrupted you. Sorry. Is there anything else about your methods that would verify and provide a foundation for your use of the FMRI in this case?
Well, I think one of the things that we have done that I think has pushed this science forward is we look at the functional areas of activation of the brain. We created maps of where for example, the frontal language area or the attentional control areas. Earlier attempts have done this more on just a standard geography, if you would. I've made the analogy in my deposition that if you were trying to measure or to test the hypothesis of a population of a certain group of people, they don't always follow exactly the boundary of the state or the country that they're in. There may be racial diversity that's concentrated in a geographic area, but not necessarily a state boundary. So what we have done is to look at functional MRI from a functional atlas perspective, but it is data that's available. Certainly people could take our normative controls and compare against whatever functional evaluation they do at their facility. We do not close it.
And how did you use this FMRI technique in this particular case, and what makes you to a degree of reasonable medical certainty confident that this is helpful to understanding Terry Sanderson's case?
So as I said, we run a battery of tests, different things that assess higher cortical function like memory and problem solving and language processing and so forth. In Terry's case, all of the tests were pretty much normal. And that's actually helpful data because you know that someone is trying, they're functioning, it's not a broken test, so to speak. In Terry's case, though, he did have fairly significant abnormalities in his matrix reasoning test, which is essentially a problem solving that requires frontal lobe or higher cortical function testing. And so he did have abnormality. He was more than 2 standard deviations below normal for his brain activation in that particular test. And so we noted that this is a piece of data that suggests a problem with functional brain processing.
Now, I'd like to go to relate it to the specifics of Terry Sanderson's case. You understand he had a concussion. There's evidence of that. How does that concussion inform your work with the FMRI so that you can draw conclusions that might help the jury understand this?
Well, I mean, Terry had a concussion. I don't think there's anyone in the court that disagrees with that. There are we're looking for objective evidence that shows whether or not the concussion was significant, whether it persisted, whether it impaired his ability to do what he does. And there are historical pieces of information from family, from friends. There's the medical record of the time, both before and after. And then there's the radiologic imaging. In terms of the imaging that I was asked to review, there were some abnormal findings on the chest x-ray, there were abnormal findings on his MRI of the brain, and there were some abnormalities on the functional scan. So it was just one piece of a multifactorial picture of Terry Sanderson's concussion.
Just a moment, Your Honor. Received your normative database?
Who personally, or?
Well, just what
So
types of people?
Quinn Yang is a researcher at Hershey, it's Penn State University.
Okay, I'm sorry. I guess you answered that. What controls do you employ for your normative database?
So we run the exact same tests on patients that have no known neurologic problems, and we gather that data to ask them if they've had other issues, whether it be multiple sclerosis or strokes or whatever. So it's a questionnaire, and we've employed scans on people without neurologic problems, and we've acquired several hundred patients. The current database that we process is about 50 patients, and that's because as technology evolves, as the MRI scanner has changed, coils changed, pulse sequences and so forth change, we try to use a normative control database that reflects our current actual operating practice.
So how large is your complete database?
We have several hundred patients in it, but the processing that we do on the current patients is roughly 50 patients.
When we say reproducible, how is it reproducible?
Well, we've done some testing where we test the same person twice on different occasions. We did about 10 patients where we test and you come back and retest and see if the data is the same. That's one measure of reproducibility. Another fact that we use is we take the knowledge that we have as physicians and that has been garnered over a century and a half of neural function, from brain surgery, from neurophysiology, from anatomy, etc. And these areas of activation should fit certain patterns, and we see that. So it's simply not random activation of the brain. So we have the internal controls of the symmetry of action in the brain. We have the control of what is of other data that's that we've studied over decades, And we compare that with what that normal patient should be doing.
Please describe for the court your publications and other presentations regarding your use of the FMRI that are applicable to the Terry Sanderson case that may provide the foundation for your conclusions for Terry Sanderson.
So I don't have my CV in front of me, but...
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
So, Your Honor, just for housekeeping, how long is this going to go?
I think
it's a relatively minor point, and our jurors are sitting in.
I think the counsel could raise this a year and a half ago.
I think we're just about done.
Dr. Fong's ruling was yesterday.
I don't need a conversation between counsel. Please address the court.
Sorry, Your Honor.
So this, one of these was a presentation for the American Society of Neuroradiology at the annual meeting in April 2017, FMRI Atlas for control comparison of 6 neurofunctional regions using standardized neuropsychological tests. Here's another presentation I did at the Radiologic Society of North America, standardized brain function test, making functional MRI standardized, fast, and physician-friendly. I gave a presentation at Baylor University. I gave one at Penn State in 2016. I gave grand rounds to both University of Pennsylvania and University of California, San Diego on functional MRI. I spoke at the 20th Symposium of the Neuroradiologicum, the World Neuroradiology Society in Istanbul, Turkey in September 2014. So there's been quite a few presentations about it to neuroradiologists and other peers.
Thank you. I think that's all I have for now.
Okay, I just have a couple of questions before Mr. Egan. So as I understand it, the normative database consists of approximately 50 individuals?
Yes, so our database, actually we have several hundred, but again, to keep the data consistent, clean, we've used the last 50 patients because we changed MRI scanners here a couple of years ago, so we repeated our normative controls.
Okay, and there's some subset of that 50 that that 50 has been split into subsets based on age-related controls?
So you can dynamically adjust the age range. You can choose the age range.
Do you recall how many were in the age range that were compared with the plaintiff's FMRI?
I don't recall. I think we used about 50 patients, but many of those would have been younger patients. So.
And how about, has there been any effort to quantify statistically the reliability of your normative database?
Yes, in fact, each test, we print out a statistical threshold of what the standard deviation of the normative controls are and what that patient's activation were.
Okay. And is there an established rate of error?
I'm not sure what you mean by that. The standard deviation will tell you what the probability is that that particular test is a false.
Or other specialized knowledge may serve as the basis for an expert testimony if there's a threshold showing that the principles or methods are reliable based on sufficient facts or data and been reliably applied to the facts. This is part of the court's gatekeeper function to screen out unreliable expert testimony, and the court is required to use rational skepticism in evaluating this. What the court's focused on is this normative database and what conclusions that the witness may be drawing from this normative database, whether there's been a threshold showing of reliability And there's different standards in the federal court versus Utah. They may be the same in this instance, but I'm applying the Utah standard, which I believe that the witness has provided a threshold showing of reliability of their normative database. They indicated that their understanding of how to make sure that the database is recognized as scientifically valid, that it contains controls, that it's reproducible, and that it's subject to statistical testing, and that this NAP database had all of that. While the number of patients in that database seems to be small, the witness did, on a threshold basis, and I'm not commenting on the weight or how great the evidence is, but on a threshold basis, satisfy the court that there is sufficient reliability applying those factors. The court also considered whether it had been tested or the subject of peer review analysis or publication. There's been some publication of the database, as well as it being provided to independent peers, although it doesn't sound as though anyone has actually tested it or written it up. It has been out in the marketplace of scientific ideas for many years, or several years anyway, that would permit that sort of analysis. And based on the application of statistics to the database, as the witness has described, it is the reliability of the findings are scientifically testable. So I will overrule the objection. Anything further before the jury comes in? Okay, we're ready for the jury. May be seated. Thank you, and good morning, members of the jury. Thank you for your patience this morning. The lawyers are working hard to move the case along. I hope that you weathered the storms on your way in here today. It seemed to be coming and going as time went on. But we're ready to proceed. Mr. Bueller, do you have a witness?
Yes, Your Honor. The plaintiff calls Dr. Wendell Gibby.
Dr. Gibby, you can take the stand. Dr. Gibby was already sworn in by the court before you arrived.
Good morning, Dr. Gibby.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and tell us where you come from, or where you were born and where you grew up?
It's probably more than you want to know. It's Wendell Arlen Gibby. I was born in Idaho, grew up mostly in Utah, and I've lived in a lot of places around the country.
Okay. Starting with high school, Please tell us your educational background.
So I went to high school at Orem High. I attended Brigham Young University and graduated in chemistry. Went to University of Utah in medical school. From there, I did a diagnostic radiology residence. Well, I did an internship in it was a rotating internship at UCLA Harbor General, a county hospital in Los Angeles, and then a diagnostic radiology residency at University of Arizona and a fellowship in neuroradiology at University of Pennsylvania. I've taught at 3 universities for a while. I was a young staff member at University of Utah. I taught both neuroradiology and interventional radiology at University of Arizona for approximately 3 years. And I'm currently an adjunct professor of radiology at University of California, San Diego.
Please explain what radiology is in layman's terms, if you could briefly.
Radiology is imaging, comprises X-rays, MRI, CT, ultrasound, those types of things, as well as a growing practice is the image-guided treatment or interventional radiology. So various treatments of cancer and degenerative problems with image-guided therapy.
Is there any other training you haven't mentioned that you think the court or the jury would like to know?
Well, I founded a software business many years ago, and we've done a lot of advanced imaging. So we currently are involved with an augmented reality guidance product. We've done a number of advanced imaging technologies over the years. We have about 200 employees and are in about 1,000 facilities around the world. I guess some training by default.
Okay. Describe the types of patients you treat.
So we see a wide spectrum of patients with imaging. As a neuroradiologist, I've focused on the brain and spine, but we see a wide spectrum. And in our clinic in Provo, we also read for a half a dozen other facilities around the state.
Okay, and what are the types of patients' problems do you see? For example, brain injury?
Definitely. Athletic injuries, sports, concussions, automobile, and motor vehicle injury. We diagnose and treat a fair number of people with other neurologic conditions like multiple sclerosis, strokes, dementia, a lot of degenerative problems in people's spines, disc herniations, those types of things.
And, what about rib injuries or injuries to the torso? Do you see many patients like that? Is it within the scope of your training and specialty to determine the causation of traumatic brain injury?
Yes.
How so, if you could explain that?
Well, neuroradiology is the science of imaging and diagnosis. So we see virtually any patient that has a significant head injury will at some point come through our imaging with CT or MRI. I also run an urgent care facility at our multi-specialty clinic that I own. I've written textbooks on imaging. I wrote a 2,000-page neuroradiology textbook many years ago that, of course, was an exhaustive review of the literature and different cranial problems. So I think I'm qualified to discuss brain injury.
What about rib injuries? Are you qualified to discuss those, and how so?
Well, I also am involved with general radiology. We read lots of plain x-rays. When I was at Utah Valley Hospital, I was there for about 15 years. I was chairman of the department for a couple of years. We had a large population of trauma patients coming in. It was a tertiary referral center. Also, when I was at University of Utah and at University of Arizona, we had large populations of trauma patients coming in. And, you know, that body injury, rib trauma is a common problem in trauma patients. It's a common process, so it's, any general radiologist should be qualified to read a rib fracture.
Just if you could give us a really rough estimate, how many patients have you seen over your career, and maybe approximately how many scans have you seen, radiological scans?
Tens of thousands, a lot. So typically a radiologist will see roughly 100 patients a day. So over a 250-day year and a 30-year career, you could do the math, but we see lots of images.
Okay. If you could explain for the jury, what is a closed head injury or closed head brain injury?
It's trauma that involves the inside or the cranial contents, but doesn't necessarily break the skull or lacerate the skull. So typically some type of deceleration injury. The human cranium, of course, is a marvelous organ. We do incredible things as humans. But one of the things it was not built or designed for is rapid deceleration. And so we see lots of head injuries in sports, in motor vehicular trauma, so the brain is bathed in this bath of CSF fluid that acts as a shock absorber. But if the skull stops quickly and the brain doesn't stop, it will strike or bounce around inside the skull, and it can create shock waves of energy that will disrupt fiber connections in the brain.
So is a closed head brain injury the same as a traumatic brain injury or TBI?
Yes.
And explain what a MTBI is and how it compares to other TBIs.
Well, there's different gradations of TBI. So traumatic brain injury can be, everything from a person is comatose and decerebrate and non-functional to transient, loss of consciousness. We see lots of in repeated traumatic brain injury where even short duration injuries can have fairly profound sequelae. That's been a notable process in the news in the last few years with NFL and other sports programs. But it's just an issue of gradation.
Okay. And just explain for us, because it's been used, post-concussion symptoms. Explain what those are.
Well, for the human brain to work, there's a lot of interconnectedness that has to happen. And the simple things that we would do, like move our arm or breathe or, it doesn't take a lot of brain function. But some of the higher cortical functions that we have in terms of emotional control, in terms of executive functioning, problem solving, multitasking. I mean, you think of the billions of interconnections that have to happen in order for the brain to function correctly. And so, unlike, say, if you were to pluck out a part of the brain, the problems with a concussion tend to be more generalized. They tend to affect systems. So people often exhibit memory challenges. Memory requires a lot of interplay of the brain. They will have depression, so emotional ability. People will find that they can't control their anger as well. The frontal lobes are vital for creating, the normal personal relationships and control of how we act to people. And if those areas get damaged, people don't have the same ability to control their emotions. Oftentimes it will reflect in sleeplessness, so difficulty with sleeping. So there's a wide variety of symptoms that people will have after a concussion, and it can be somewhat variable in terms of how they resolve or whether they resolve at all.
How many people suffering a concussion, in your experience with your training, completely recover?
Well, the vast majority. I mean, I think I saw a statistic a few years back in collegiate sports, or something like 300,000 concussions a year. So there's a lot of people that bang into each other and they will sustain brief loss of consciousness, and they'll ring their bell, so to speak. So the vast majority of people get better after a concussion.
But what about those who don't? How many are approximately?
I think that again is a factor related to age, underlying problems. So a 20-year-old is more likely to recover from a concussion than an 80-year-old. Someone who has a single concussion is more likely to recover than someone who has repeated injuries. Someone who has an underlying brain problem, and their brain is currently functioning well, but this can tip them over to create dysfunction. So I don't know what that statistic is, and I think it's probably the wrong question, because what you really should ask is, has it happened, and what evidence is that it persists? Because if it occurs, it's 100% probability. It's 100% probability that that person has a concussion and has symptoms.
And what are those symptoms that typically persist? Let's say in someone like Terry Sanderson, who was 69 at the time of this crash.
Yeah, so Terry, actually, if you read his record, which is fairly extensive, and the depositions of people that had known Terry very well, his partner, his children, his friends, Terry had been a very high-functioning, high-energy person. He was every day doing lots of things, meetup groups, skiing, wine tasting, volunteering for various organizations, and so forth. But after his accident, he deteriorated abruptly. And many of the activities that he used to do, he stopped doing, like dancing, for the most part, his skiing activities. His personal interactions with his children and his grandchildren suffered. He had trouble multitasking. He normally could, handle multiple projects at once, but he would have to sit there and focus very hard on one task. He would go to Home Depot, for example, and forget why he was there. What was he supposed to get there? And one occasion in the record, he describes having to call the police to come and pick him up because he's lost his car when he was hiking, something that hadn't happened to him before. His girlfriend expressed this change where he had this emotional lability. He would get angry. He would be very emotional about things, which was atypical for Terry. So he also experienced a worsening of his depression. And so those are very typical hallmarks of someone who has had a traumatic brain injury.
But someone who has persistent post-concussive symptoms that last longer than, let's say, a year and a half, are those, what does that mean for someone like Terry in the general population?
Well, I think that, in Terry's case, he'd been a physician, an optometrist. He was a very active guy. He was well respected by his family, had a close relationship with his daughters. But I think he lost some of that connectedness. He would be angry with his grandchildren, for example. In the record, it talks about an incident where he's, yelling at his granddaughter for closing a door or something. Just difficulty maintaining friendships, difficulty with the relationships that he had. The partner that he was with, they split. I think that the ability to function at a high level was lost for Terry. It required him, he could function, he still functions, and he was a bright guy to begin with, so certainly capable of doing most things, but many of the things that gave him pleasure in life and many of those friendships and relationships seem to have been abruptly diminished by this injury.
You mentioned the record. Please tell the jury some of the things that you reviewed in this case.
So I reviewed, of course.
First, did you meet with, examine or meet with Terry Sanderson?
I did meet with Terry, examined him briefly. We did some advanced imaging of his brain, both anatomic imaging. We saw some findings that were consistent with normal pressure hydrocephalus. We did CSF flow imaging, and we also did some functional brain imaging. So that was the primary reason for meeting Terry, but I did get a chance to talk to him and spend about a half an hour with him. I also reviewed all of the imaging, because that's what I am as a radiologist, that included images that were done shortly after the accident, a CT scan, the day following his injury, rib x-rays and chest x-rays that were performed the day after his injury, follow-up MRI images of his brain, of his thoracic spine, etc., that were done at a facility called Cognitive FX, and then the images, of course, that we performed several years later. And for the medical record, I reviewed notes from the Veterans Hospital, literally hundreds of pages of various medical records. The accident report from Deer Valley, the ski report incident. I reviewed the depositions of his children, two of his daughters, and his partner, and his friend Craig Ramone, and I reviewed the testimony of other expert witnesses that were provided, so a lot of data.
Did you also review the defense's expert reports?
I did.
I'll just mention them briefly just to refresh your memory. There's a Galit Ashkenazi. She's a neuropsychologist. Do you remember reviewing hers?
I do.
Angela, another neuropsychologist is Angela Eastfold.
Yes.
And then these are the next three are MDs: Robert Hesch, Stephen Edgley, and Carl Black. You reviewed those too.
Yes.
It's going to be, I don't know if you can see the screen, and if it's okay with the judge, can he step out to look at it?
Sure. Just want to make sure we pick up the audio is all.
I don't think there's gonna be audio here. Oops, that's my screensaver. Daughter and wife. Oh, I don't wanna.
Do you have your exhibit book?
Mr. Bueller, before you show
Oh, I'm
this, will
sorry.
you just let us know? Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to show plaintiff's exhibits. Sorry. I'm going to show plaintiff's exhibit 3 first, and then the next ones will be those one, let's see. They're the same ones you showed.
Plaintiff 3's already been received.
Okay. So first I'm going to show, I'll show plaintiff's exhibit 3. This is plaintiff's exhibit 3. And it's already been admitted. You can see,
Turn the switch on the side. Don't touch the tree.
so you see it's the date of the incident, Dr. Gibby, do you see that?
I do.
Okay, and it was, time of the incident is 11:55 a.m., just before noon. The name of the student is deleted, but I'll represent that it's Gwyneth Paltrow. We have that elsewhere. Skier right, bandana slight pitch before flat on top. Then I'm going to show you the,
I think there's a problem here. Gwyneth
Paltrow was not a student, so.
but that's what was written on the report. I think we have that elsewhere. It was deleted, I think, for privacy purposes when it was.
Child?
I'm quite sure. I think it was done to protect the privacy, and that's why it was deleted here, but it's not the child. There were probably 4 children here. But the main thing I wanted to show is that the person filling out this report, Eric Christensen, it says, I didn't see it, but heard her scream. You've reviewed this report, correct, Dr. Gibby?
I have.
Then I'm going to just go down to the bottom, and here it says instructor name Eric Christensen. Then I'm going to go up here and other employees, guests. It mentions the other instructor, Carrie Oakes. And in addition to saying I didn't see it, he also indicates down here, did you witness the incident? No. He said, I saw the immediate aftermath. Then it says, do you see where it says both were in discomfort?
I do.
And during lunch, she talked of being stiff and sore. I believe that would reference the student there, which I think we'll be able to show later that Gwyneth Paltrow's name was there, because this was the one provided to the plaintiff when he asked for a record of what happened. Does this idea that both were in discomfort, does that inform you that there may have been a traumatic event after this ski collision that caused injury?
Objection needed.
What overruled? Go ahead.
Well, I don't think it's in question that there was a collision, and that 2 individuals were involved in a collision on the ski slope, so I'm not sure what, I mean, yes, they both were injured.
Okay. I just want to quickly go through these, but I'll try to be fast. Let's see, there we go, come on. Now this is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. I move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 1 and the incident report of the ski patroller, Whitney Smith.
Maybe we can take it off the
Oh,
screen.
sorry, Your Honor.
Submitted. Any objection?
No.
Okay, Plaintiff's Exhibit 1 is received.
Okay, we can see this is Plaintiff's Exhibit 1. Again, it's the same date. You see that, right?
I do.
This says injured person, Terry Sanderson. And then location, Bandana, collision, yes, with unknown other party not present. And the description of the skier is advanced intermediate. And
Your Honor, I apologize to interrupt, but I'm wondering if there's a question
okay.
instead of just reading through the record.
Did this record inform you as a basis of your opinions?
I did review this record, yes.
Okay. We'll get back to this one later. Well, I'm going to just briefly go back to this. This is page 2 of the record. Let's see if it pops up again. There it goes. This is page 2 of Exhibit 1. And it says, what did you do? Assessment, mild disorientation, and rib pain, right side. You see that? Did this inform your opinions?
Yes.
And transport via toboggan to EFA, which I understand is Empire First Aid, reassessment, disorientation lessened. How does what does disorientation mean to you after a ski collision like this?
It's symptoms of a head injury.
Okay. Just the page 3, I'd like to know. Okay, I'm going to go back to page 1. I forgot to emphasize this. Do you see where it says was hit from behind?
Yes.
That's the injured's description of the incident. I'm going to go to page 3, and you'll note the date at the bottom of page 3. It wasn't February 26, 2016. It was 3 weeks later, March 18, 2016. So the author of this report, Whitney Smith, wrote a supplement. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And so she didn't write this the first time, and she didn't have the name of the other party on the report, but she did have this written. Let's see, I can't read it myself. Let's see, what is that word? Oh, I recall, because she's recalling 3 weeks later, that upon arriving on the scene on Bandana at the bridge, I found patient Terry Sanderson standing on the right. There was on the right side of the run in his skis. The mountain host that radioed patrol was above doing traffic control. A friend of Terry's was also present, a large man, blue jacket, black pants, dark hair, hereby referred to as large male friend. I'll represent to you that that large male friend testified yesterday. His name is Craig Ramone. You read this part of the report too, correct?
I have.
Terry said that he was uncertain what happened. Large male friend told Terry that a woman had struck him from behind, knocking him down. Large male friend stated he believed the woman had been Gwyneth Paltrow. Does that inform your opinions about what happened in the ski crash?
Yes.
Okay, and it looks like asked, Whitney Smith writes 3 weeks later, I asked if anyone had spoken to the woman. Large male friend said he had asked her if she was all right. He said she had told him she was fine and skied away. This is 3 weeks later, so during assessment, transport, and time at the first aid, large male friend continued to say that the woman involved in the collision was Gwyneth Paltrow. And then it goes on to describe, at Empire First Aid, we were met by 3 others from Terry's skiing group, a blonde woman, a man, and Debbie. I recall large male friend reiterating to the group his identification of the woman to have been Gwyneth Paltrow. Debbie left to retrieve the car from Snow Park, and the other 3 friends left a while later to continue skiing. I stayed and monitored Terry until Debbie arrived with the car and took him to the clinic. Then she writes at the bottom, I believe the other party, LMF, was Craig. That's, you understand that to be Craig Ramon, correct?
Correct.
Thank you for going through this with me, because I want to just set the foundation for what happened and what informs your opinions. Let's see. Now I'm going to show you a progress note. Sorry, Your Honor. I'd like to move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 4.
Any objection?
No.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 4 is received.
This is a progress note dated the date of the collision, February 26, 2016. It's not clear what time, whether that's a 24-hour clock or not. And it's by this Michael McMahon. He may or may not appear and provide testimony, but this is what he wrote about this on that date. Vital signs, weight 177 pounds. And then said, patient collided with another skier at approximately 1300 today. This is why the 9:15 is not clear whether that is that may not be a time that corresponds to any real time. It could be a clock that's not set or something. But at 1300 today, that would be 1 p.m., correct? Anyway, it states he lost consciousness and ski patrol responded. Patient was helmeted. And then it says complains of mild headache and pain when taking a deep breath. What does that indicate to you, Dr. Gibby?
Well, he was evaluated by a physician assistant at an Instacare. It's clear that he had some chest symptoms with he was having trouble breathing, having pain with deep breaths, and that he'd had some period of loss of consciousness, which was reported by the provider. It sounded like that the provider suggested a CT scan, but Terry declined it. I think that there was certainly enough injury to warrant concern for a CT scan.
And then at the bottom it says, after brief discussion to determine stability, patient was referred to the emergency room by private vehicle for CT scan and further evaluation. Does that support the opinion that Terry suffered a concussion that day, February 26, 2016?
It does, and he ultimately had a CT scan and images of his broken ribs.
apologize for making you go through all these simple records, but they're important. Your Honor, I move to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 5.
No.
Okay.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 5 is received.
Okay. Let's see. So this is dated February 27, the day after the collision. It's the emergency department. I'll represent that it's the Veterans Hospital. Sometime, I think it's down here somewhere. Yeah, printed at George E. Whalen Veterans Administration Medical Center in Salt Lake City. And anyway, it's a multi-page document. I'm not going, it also has other dates, but I'm going to focus just on that date. And it says, ski accident yesterday with positive LOC. What is LOC?
Loss of consciousness.
And it states slight HA, headache, and today being more irritable, and complains of right lateral rib pain that is worse with inspiration, denies neck pain. Did that inform your opinions?
Yes.
Okay. Before we get on to the rib x-rays, they'll come later, tell us what your opinions about the concussion that the plaintiffs allege happened on February 26, 2016. Did Terry suffer one?
Yes. I don't think there's any dispute among providers, the people that were present, Terry's own testimony. He had a loss of consciousness. He had a significant head injury. He struck the ground, and even though he was helmeted, he was unconscious for a period of time. It's been described variably in the record from 2 minutes to 40 minutes, but it seems like it was, several minutes of duration.
And what does LOC mean with regard to a concussion?
It's one of the predictive markers of a concussion that's more serious. So loss of consciousness means that the person is not aware, not functioning in their surroundings.
Now, you've read the report or the testimony of Craig Ramon, the witness at the collision site, correct?
I have read his deposition.
Okay, he testified yesterday, and I'll represent that I don't think it was in conflict with his deposition. But, what opinions do you have about the cause of this concussion that Terry suffered that day, February 26th?
Well, the cause of the concussion was a collision. He was, I don't think there's any question a collision occurred. Both witnesses from the ski school and Terry's friends describe a significant collision. There's an argument about who caused what, but that's something to be discussed later. But there was a collision. In my opinion, the collision involved Terry at some point striking a hard enough object to break his ribs and to create a brain injury. And I think that the only object there that could have provided sufficient force for that would be either a direct helmet to the head, which did not occur, or striking the ground. And so it's my opinion that Terry's concussion was caused by him striking the ground and hitting his head.
Would striking the force of striking the ground, I'm going to skip ahead to the rib injury, would striking the ground increase if he had someone on his back?
Well, I think that the force of injury and just falling over would not be the same force as if you have someone striking you and knocking you over. If you have the combined mass of two people, that would also increase the force on that. So, yeah, I think that the combination of those things probably increased his likelihood for injury.
Would Terry Sanderson's rib injuries also inform you about how severe the impact was?
Yeah, so on his chest x-ray, which I'm not sure if you've shown the jury, but, and I did bring a computer so I can bring those up if you would like, but he had 4 displaced rib fractures. So they were on the lateral side, on his right side, Terry was 69 at the time, male, had very normal looking bone density, so certainly not elderly or osteoporotic. And in order to break, essentially snap 4 ribs, would require a substantial amount of force.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd like to admit Plaintiff's Exhibit 30, the chest x-rays.
No objection.
Plaintiff's Exhibit 30 is received.
Dr. Gibby, are these the chest x-rays that you reviewed?
Yes, but these are really low resolution, poor copies, so I'm not sure what you're trying to show here.
Mostly to remind you that these are the chest x-rays you reviewed at one time.
Okay.
And we understand x-ray experts like yourself, radiologists, like to have the pure images, but this is mostly to refresh your memory of what you reviewed.
Yeah, but you cropped off where the fractures are located on the right side there.
Do you see them there?
No.
Okay, I think we might have a better version of that, but we'll deal with that later.
Can we plug his computer in?
I can plug my computer in and let you see it directly.
Yeah. Okay.
Have a short recess. Mr. Bueller, your voice is a little quiet at times. Maybe you could just direct this a little closer to you.
Is that little portable thing working yesterday?
Yes, it was. Yep.
Should I use that, Your Honor?
Yeah, your choice, either. All right, thank you. Say, Bridget, did Judge Morales give have problems with the computer?
That is the basis for the report that he reviewed at his deposition. It's Exhibit 32, and then also 31, which is a better blow-up of the rib X-rays. The one I had was
Objection to the rib image, which is 31, but we definitely object to 32, which is that 2009 MRI.
You object to him, to Dr. Gibby, but how about as an exhibit? Do you object to it being entered as an exhibit?
We objected Dr. Gibby offering opinions about it, and he didn't offer at his deposition.
I realize that, but how about just the exhibit?
Oh, just admitting it?
Well, we don't want them talking about it.
Yeah, I think this is actually from us, Your Honor, so we would not object to the
Plaintiff's
exhibit
exhibits
itself.
31 and 32 are received as to whether the witness can testify regarding 32. Do you have record of him? I mean, can this witness can you have this witness identify whether he reviewed it prior to his deposition? Could counsel please approach as soon as the jury comes in? Thank you. Thank you for your patience.
Dr. Gibby, I have a better photograph or version of the chest x-ray. I'd just like to show that to you briefly so we can see it. This is Plaintiff's Exhibit 31. Okay. What is the importance of this to your opinions, Dr. Gibby?
This was an x-ray taken the day after his incident, showing it's a series of images of his ribs. And I think the importance of this is documenting the trauma that he sustained.
Okay.
Can I describe that to the jury?
Yes, please. Why is it important?
We lost the image.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I'll put it back up. I thought we were done.
Is it okay if I go point out?
What? Yeah. Yeah. Would you like the pointer, the laser?
There should be a microphone there for you. You can take that and walk over to the screen.
Loudly, that helps.
Okay, we can hear you.
So, these white bands are the ribs, which are right on an X-ray if they are denser than negative. And you can see here where the rib is disrupted. There's a fracture here. There's one here. There's one here. So he has, there's one here. So he has a total of 4 fractured ribs along the lateral side of his right chest. And it's over a substantial area, a good 7 or 8 inches across his chest. But I just wanted you to see that these are, they're not so, these fractures are displaced. And they will occur over a
So, Dr. Gibby, the concussion and the broken ribs, what opinions do you draw about the extent of Terry Sanderson's injuries?
Well, I don't think it was, just a minor bump. He had enough force to knock him unconscious, enough force to have persisting cranial symptoms that are documented in the record, and enough force to break 4 of the ribs on the right side of his chest. And that, along with the deceleration of striking the ground, I think I think that the rib fractures certainly corroborate that there was enough force to cause a head injury. And of course, he was complaining of the rib pain immediately after the accident, and subsequently had this evaluated by the Instacare, and then I think he went to the Veterans Hospital probably because he was a vet and had the ability to get free care there the next day.
Okay. I think you answered my next question. What injuries did this crash cause? Is there anything else that you can comment on that form your, or that are the basis of your opinion, or give the jury your opinion?
Well, I think those are the ones that are described in the record. He does have some abnormalities on his spine, both in the cervical area, but I don't think those have been addressed by the patient or in the court as part of this process. So the two primary complaints he had were the chest injury, which healed over a period of months. Rib fractures can be very, very painful. And in some cases, they will go in and plate the ribs back together in order to reduce the risk of lung puncture and to help people heal quicker. We also do some pain management techniques with this, where we will inject cortisone and numbing medicine around the broken ribs. But as you can imagine, every time someone takes a breath, that fracture is moving. Unlike, say, a long bone, you can't really cast the chest. You can't immobilize it. So it does take a period of time for these to heal. And again, it makes it difficult to breathe as a result of them.
Do the rib fractures indicate that Dr. Sanderson or Terry Sanderson was hit from the rear and from the side, and why?
So I think that's, one of the really the core questions of this case. It doesn't seem to be any dispute that there was a collision. It doesn't seem to be any dispute that there were injuries. Dr. Sanderson experienced enough trauma to break ribs and cause a concussion. Then the question is, was this something that he caused or the defendant caused? And based upon my analysis of the x-rays and the reports from the witness, Craig, who was there, I think it's very unlikely that this would have been caused by Terry running into Gwyneth Paltrow. First of all, when you're skiing, your knees would be bent, your arms would...
Maybe we should approach for this one. Sure.
what's your opinion as to how this crash, these injuries were caused?
I think based on the stated testimony of the defendant, Craig Ramon, who was the only eyewitness, and based upon the pattern of injuries that are present here, what I believe happened is that he was struck from the left side, and that forced him into the ground. It's also been the testimony here that Ms. Paltrow was on top of him at some point, so the combined weight of the two individuals slamming into the ground caused the fracture and the head injury. And I don't think it would be plausible that if he were running into her that he would have broken the ribs on the side of his chest. He likely would have had his arms extended, he would have protected himself, he would have had knees, arms, etc. in front of his chest. And so he might have had other injuries. He could have broken a leg or an arm or a wrist or something like that. But in terms of a frontal collision, had he run into Ms. Paltrow, I don't think he would have had these types of injuries. And I also think, you know, just given the differential in mass of the people involved, I think she would have broken his fall, so to speak, reduced his collision velocity and the impact, and probably had he been the person running into her, I don't think he would have sustained these types of injuries.
Thank you. Does your expertise allow you to make these conclusions like you do?
Yes.
Now I'd like to talk about the head injury again. We went through the ribs. We'll go back and forth. You've examined Terry Sanderson, and it was about 5 years after the crash, correct?
Correct.
What can you tell the jury about how persistent his injuries are and whether they are permanent?
I think the record is fairly replete with examples of where Terry has continued to suffer from some neurologic deficits, both in his ability to focus, his ability to perform tasks, his memory, and especially his interpersonal relationships, emotional ability, and anger management, and some of those things, which Terry had not had those issues prior to the accident. So I do think his symptoms have been persistent. There is some evidence in the record from his daughter that some of these things had gotten a bit better, that he had improved, but he wasn't back to normal.
Will he ever get back to normal, and why?
You know, I don't know. The human brain has some plasticity to it, but as we get older, our ability to reform neural connections and to improve diminishes substantially with time. And typically, if a person has not regained that function or lost capacity within about 12 to 18 months, they're probably not going to get it back.
Why wasn't Ms. Paltrow hurt significantly in this collision?
Well, I don't know that I have an answer to that. You know, Ms. Paltrow, first of all, the record suggests that she was hurt. She was stiff and sore after the accident at lunch. At least that's what the ski instructor reported. She's much younger than Terry, and therefore probably more capable of that type of collision. But I don't want to speculate. I mean, she could have been injured, yes.
defense experts. You reviewed their reports, correct?
I did.
And why don't we start with the medical doctors, doctors Gibby, doctors Black, Edgley, and Hesh. How do you differ, or what is your response to their opinions in this case?
Well, you'd probably have to refresh my memory on some of their opinions, because that's a fairly blanket statement, but I can recall at least some of the opinions of Dr. Black. He had reviewed the imaging and suggested that there was evidence of multi-infarct white matter disease, and there was atrophy of the brain. I don't think in Terry's case there's much atrophy. His cortical gyri, the cortex itself, is still very well preserved for his age. What he has is dilatation of his ventricles. So at least the inner part of the brain looks, the fluid pathways are dilated, but I don't think he has significant brain atrophy as you might see in someone with dementia or multiple strokes or long-standing injuries. So in that respect, I would disagree with Dr. Black. I do think that Dr. Black discussed the diagnosis of normal pressure hydrocephalus, and I'd like to just say that is a clinical diagnosis, and Terry Sanders did not have any of the clinical symptoms associated with normal pressure hydrocephalus. He had radiologic findings of dilated ventricles, but he had not progressed. He had a compensated hydrocephalus, essentially. But many people have dilated ventricles, and they do just fine. What he clearly did not have were the classic symptoms of normal pressure hydrocephalus, such as problems with his gait, ataxia, for example. If someone is ataxic, they're probably not going to be skiing. He did not have symptoms of dementia. He was a very bright, active, engaged person. He did not have difficulty with urinary incontinence or, urinary problems. So the typical symptoms of normal pressure hydrocephalus, which is usually diagnosed later, I think it was just serendipity that these images found these dilated ventricles, but in Terry's case, I don't think they were causing symptoms, and I don't think they're the primary cause of his current symptoms. And by the way, the ventricular dilatation had been present for at least a decade. They were seen on a CT scan at the Veterans Hospital a decade earlier, and they had been stable for a long period of time.
Can you talk about NPH being a risk factor for persistent post-concussive symptoms?
Well, I think in this case, some of the risk factors for having persistent problems with concussion, one of the risk factors is if you've had repeated trauma. We know that from football players and other athletes. Another risk factor is age. As you get older, your brain has a harder time adjusting. But I think in Terry's case, he had this condition where his fluid spaces, the lateral and third ventricles, were dilated. And as a result, the fibers that connect the halves of the brain together are stretched over this structure. Water is not a very compressible substance. If you put a shock wave into water, like you drop a depth charge in a submarine, that force is violently transmitted to the submarine. And in the case of Terry, he had these fluid spaces that were enlarged in the inside of his brain, and his fiber connections, his white matter, was already somewhat stretched. It was already, at risk, and that shock or that rapid deceleration injury likely was exacerbated by the presence of this underlying condition.
So are the problems Terry's experiencing now with his persistent concussive symptoms, how was that, or was that caused by pre-existing conditions or by this concussion, and why?
I don't think it's, I mean, in terms of trying to figure out causation, you have to look at what happened before and what happened after. Immediately before the event, Terry was in a stable, committed relationship with a person. He had a great relationship with his daughters and his grandchildren. He had many friends. He was very sociable. By all accounts, a gregarious, sort of outgoing person. This event happens, and he has a very abrupt change of personality, of his functioning. And so I don't think you can claim that the slow, well, actually very stable, over the decade previous with his normal pressure hydrocephalus, but whatever that was, did not cause his abrupt change in symptoms post-accident. Now, we all age, we all get symptoms over time, and could the normal pressure hydrocephalus affect him at some point in his life? Absolutely. But so could other problems related to aging.
Okay, Dr. Stephen Edgley, medical doctor, indicates in his report that none of plaintiff's medical records support his claims that perceived symptoms of cognitive decline are related to the ski collision. How do you respond to the defense's expert on that?
Well, obviously the defense expert has a, he's paid to give a certain storyline. I think the record is very clear that he had changes in his behavior, in his interpersonal relationships, and in his functioning. So I'm not sure how this doctor could claim that there were no symptoms related to the accident. So yeah, I think that's wishful thinking.
Dr. Robert Hesch, spelled H-O-E-S-C-H, indicates that Terry's persisting neurological conditions or symptoms that he reports since the ski crash are likely attributable to pre-existing health conditions. How do you respond to Dr. Hesch?
Well, again, he wasn't suffering from those pre-existing health conditions before the accident. There are some things in the medical record. He had an embolic event to his right eye, so he lost most of the vision in his eye. So he did have some visual changes. He had some age-related hearing loss, which in the medical record was described as mild. He was using hearing aids, not uncommon at that age. He had a history of high blood pressure, although it had been well controlled. He was on blood pressure medication. I think that the imaging that I did and that others have done on his brain over the last decade have not shown the sequela of the, that somehow hypertension was causing brain problems. He does not have multiple tiny white matter infarcts in the location that you typically see with hypertensive disease. He has some white matter disease around the corpus callosum where these stretched ventricles are. But hypertensive white matter disease usually occurs where there are little small end vessels, kind of at the zones where there isn't great blood supply to the white matter. So deep white matter, places like the thalamostriate arteries and the basal ganglia, the pons, deep brain structures, and he has none of that. He has no little infarcts in those areas that are typical for hypertensive related brain injury or white matter disease. He has no cortical infarcts. that would be related to previous strokes. He had a few other conditions. He had a laminectomy on his back, which I think is completely unrelated. He had had some arthritis in a finger and a thumb. Terry Sanders had some medical issues and medical complaints. There's no question about it. But I don't think we can blame his current medical conditions on just pre-existing conditions.
Okay. So a neuropsychologist, Angela Eastfold, also has opinions about Terry. She confirms that he had a mild concussion, but then goes on to say that the course and evolution of his self-reported symptoms are inconsistent with the known trajectory of concussive-related symptoms. What is your response to Dr. Eastfold?
Well, I agree with her that Terry had a concussion. I think we can agree that much. The normal trajectory of concussive patients is typically to recover. So yes, in that regard, he did not follow the normal trajectory. But this is not a normal case. This is a case that he has continued to suffer, and he had an abrupt change in his activities and in his functioning. So, I guess people can disagree politely.
Do you think that any of Terry's pre-existing conditions, like NPH or sore finger or occasional depression, did that contribute to why he has these did that cause his long-standing problems that are evident now?
No, I think you make a point there. I mean, he had been treated in the past for depression, so he was on medication for that. Depression is a pretty common diagnosis in modern society, but it seems that his condition worsened following this event. So yes, I think the depression was a pre-existing condition that might be conflated with some of his current symptoms, but certainly not all of those, not all of his symptoms.
Well, again, what is the primary cause of his current conditions with PCS, persistent concussive symptoms, or is it the ski crash versus these other causes?
Well, the abrupt change in his functioning, in his behavior, and in his ability to interact with people was not something brought on by his pre-existing conditions. He had had those for many, many years and had functioned well and was stable, and so his NPH had been stable for a decade. And I'm not even sure I should call it NPH. He had these dilated ventricles. He did not have a clinical diagnosis of NPH. He was well managed with these other issues. His hypertension was controlled. He wasn't having strokes. So, yeah, I don't see that we can pin his current problems on the pre-existing issues.
Okay, you also conducted an FMRI on Terry Sanderson. Can you explain what that was?
We did. So fMRI is a test where we look at the brain while the patient is doing certain tasks. So so imaging has evolved over time. In the old days, we just took X-rays and you couldn't even see inside the brain. And then we started injecting air into the ventricles to see if there was a shift. And then CAT scans came along. But as medicine has evolved, we've been able to image with much greater sensitivity and specificity. So it's not surprising that his CT scan, which was taken the day after his accident, was negative. He didn't show any evidence of acute trauma at that time. His MRI scans showed some small white matter lesions around the corpus callosum, which may have been related to some stretching injury or some type of injury at the time of the accident. But lots of people get white matter disease as you get older. That's sort of like wrinkles. We performed a functional MRI where we had him do actual tests in the scanner, so solving puzzles, having him do memory tests, doing spatial recognition and things that require higher cortical function. And we subjected Terry to 7 different functional MRI tests, and of those 7, 1 was abnormal, and that was the matrix reasoning test. And he was below 2 standard deviations compared to our normative controls on that test. And that is essentially the matrix reasoning is a puzzle solving test where you're using lots of frontal lobe activity as well as your occipital areas that are involved with visualizing images and spatial recognition, etc. And those are the frontal and occipital areas are 2 common places that can be injured in a traumatic deceleration process. So I think the good news is that most of his imaging looked normal or within normal limits, within the yardstick we have of the best functional imaging today. I think that the value of functional imaging is that we can actually watch patients while they are doing complex tasks. Something like an anatomic scan of the brain, people can have normal MRIs of the brain but be very abnormal. They can have schizophrenia or autism or severe depression or bipolar disorder or all kinds of issues, and the brain will look normal but it doesn't function normally. So this is an attempt to move that boundary of investigation of brain and using MRI in a functional manner to assess if he could perform these complex operations and how he performed those compared to normative controls. And he did have an abnormal functional test on his matrix reasoning.
It's been said Terry Sanderson has high test scores in other areas by neurologists, neuropsychologists, medical doctors. Does that mean he doesn't have a brain injury, and why?
Well, lots of people, there's variability in the population in terms of their function. Terry is a very bright individual, very capable, and but that doesn't mean that he doesn't sustain an injury and move from really bright, really capable to just within the average or within normal average. So I think that the best test, and we've had doctors provide evidence about brain scans, we've had neurologists testify, neuropsychologists, but really the best test that we have for humans is how do they perform in a complex world. You think about it, just how you drove here to Park City on a snowy morning. That requires a lot more processing power than even the best computers that can do today. So I think that the best test, the best challenge of Terry Sanderson is how's he doing? How is he functioning in life? And I think there are a number of areas where he has had a fall off in his abilities.
One of his treaters recommended that after the ski crash, after about 18 months, that he tried to do as many activities he did before, such as travel or be active like he was as much as he can, but maybe travel with a partner so he wouldn't get lost. What is your opinion on those kinds of recommendations?
I mean, I think that many people have injuries and they try to overcome them through various activities. I think probably the worst thing that he could do is to sit at home and be depressed and not have those interactions. So yes, I mean, Terry was a self-described person who did a lot of travel before, and I'm sure he did travel afterwards. But I don't think that is evidence that he is somehow, unimpaired, that he hasn't had any symptoms related to this injury.
Did you see any evidence of malingering or faking, or he was trying to exaggerate his injuries?
No, I didn't. The functional MRI, I think, is difficult to fake because the scanner is actually washing your brain as you process this data, and you'd have to be pretty smart to try to fake, if you would, the MRI scanner in terms of how the blood is flowing and where the brain is activating. Usually when we see someone who is faking or not trying, then many of the tests are screwed up. It doesn't make sense, but all of his tests except one were within normal range. And I think he certainly was trying.
We didn't mention, I don't think in detail at least, one neuropsychologist for the defense, Galit Ashkenazi. She seems to think that following the incident, Terry suffered from exacerbation of anxiety and depression, which returned to baseline in about 5 months, but there's no evidence of any permanent mental health changes. How would you respond to Dr. Ashkenazi's?
I'm not sure what data she used. I think that, again, the record is fairly replete with...
Replete meaning?
There's lots of evidence in here. And in fact, his former partner, girlfriend that he had during the time of the injury, they separated. I don't think she has any ulterior motive. I mean, at this point, they're not together. Why would she come forward and say he's having all of these problems? Why is he different? I don't think she has any incentive to do that. In fact, she would have the incentive to do the opposite. I think that the best evidence out there is the reports of the people that know Terry best.
You've heard of the term eggshell plaintiff?
I have not.
Okay. You've heard of people being more sensitive to injury than others, correct?
I don't know if that's a term, but sure.
Or the concept, you've heard of the concept.
Sure.
And so it's possible that Terry was more sensitive to an injury such as what occurred at Deer Valley in the ski crash than others. And that's a risk factor or something that may have caused him more injury than another person would have had. Does that make sense? And how do you respond to that?
Well, I would respond that Terry he sustained a significant injury. He was knocked out. He had 4 broken ribs. So I don't know that that's an eggshell. That's a pretty significant force. Whether or not he would have recovered or recovered quickly, there are lots of people that don't get better after a traumatic brain injury. We typically see that from car accidents, but some people just aren't right after an injury, and I think Terry falls in that category.
Okay. Just a moment.
Thank you. I think we'll just tell.
5 minutes.
Pardon me?
We can go 5 minutes.
Why don't you approach? Mr. Egan, you may proceed.
May I begin, Your Honor? Dr. Gibby, good to see you again. I have a couple questions before we break for lunch about this comment that you made about Mr. Sanderson having a good relationship with his daughters. You read some of their testimony, is that correct?
I did.
And do you recall reading about Jenny Sanderson, one of his daughters?
I don't remember the names exactly, but maybe
Okay.
you can refresh my
Sure.
memory. The one was, I think the one that I recall reading was the oldest daughter that had a granddaughter that had just graduated from high school, and then there was another one that there were only two depositions of the two.
Yeah.
So maybe you can tell me the names and I will.
Sure, well, I'll just ask you things that
Okay,
maybe
sure.
came up in some of the others. So Jenny, the youngest, she testified that she did not feel loved or nurtured by her father growing up. Did you read about that?
I didn't read her deposition then because I did not see any of that testimony.
And this may have been discussed in some of the other daughters' depositions, so I'll just keep reading in case
Sure.
you read about any of these other statements. There's also testimony that Mr. Sanderson was domineering and emotionally and verbally abusive to Jenny and her mother, Tana. Do you recall reading anything about that?
No, I do recall some testimony about him being angry with the man that was having an affair with his wife, and that was atypical for him. I think he was, punched him or something, but that was listed as very atypical in Terry's behavior.
Okay, what about, did you hear any testimony about Mr. Sanderson becoming frustrated if his expectations weren't met? And this is referring to his children.
No, I don't recall that.
What about testimony that he has always been easily frustrated and quick to anger?
I think that testimony was contradicted by other testimony by the daughter, but no, I was not aware of that testimony.
Okay, what about testimony that his frustration was visible in his body language and in the way he would talk?
No. Like I said, I don't think I've read this deposition.
What about testimony that he did not speak with one of his daughters, Jenny, for 13 years?
Not aware of that.
What about testimony that Mr. Sanderson is controlling and relentlessly tries to mold Jenny to be a certain way?
Yeah, again, I haven't had any of the testimony from Jenny.
Okay.
So I was not given that deposition.
Well, some of these things may have been addressed by the daughters.
Sure.
As you mentioned with the affair, there may be something that's related, and I want to give you an opportunity to address it. Have you read any testimony that Mr. Sanderson was hyper-focused on success and compares his daughters to that standard in a painful way?
I did read testimony about him being very focused, and one of the terms was anal retentive, or anal, or something like that. That he was a very focused individual and a multitasker, but not any. Again, I've not heard any of the negative comments from this daughter, and I'm not sure what that relationship was, whether this was from a previous marriage or what happened there, but
Okay.
not aware of that.
Okay, what about testimony that this daughter, Jenny, has taken breaks from her father over the years because he oversteps the boundaries she sets?
Again, haven't read Jenny's testimony.
Okay, that's all I have, thanks.
Are you resting, or are you just resting for lunch?
Oh, just for lunch.
Okay. All right, we'll take a recess now for lunch, and we'll return at 1:30. Sure. And I guess we're in recess unless there's anything that the lawyers need. All right. If we have anything like what we needed to do this morning, where there was an objection to testimony, and I guess I'm referring to the defendants mostly right now, if you could let the court know, so hopefully we could handle that not in the jury time. We can come earlier in the morning, we can work over lunch, we can do things after 5. So that would be helpful.
I'm so sorry, I missed the very first part of that.
If you have any objections to testimony that may require, examining the witness out of the hearing of the jury or substantial argument, let's try to do that. For example, if you're preparing tonight and you all of a sudden realize you've got something, email the clerk, we can email the other lawyers or email the other lawyers and the clerk, and we can come in at 8:30 if we need to. So.
Yes, that's reasonable.
I do foresee one issue, Your Honor, if the next witness is Polly, who is one of the daughters.
Sure.
That there are some issues that I do want to have come out, and I don't want to get a character objection, but I also don't want to have a hearing before, so maybe I'll try to give you a forewarning, because that's, I think, the very next witness, unless Goldstein's next.
If it's the subject of the motion in limine order, is that what you're talking about? Where the court...
Just precise words. You said 607 okay, 608 I want to hear before. And there are some issues that I think may impact both.
Okay,
And
let me come back about 15 minutes early. You think that would be enough?
well, let me just ask, Goldstein is next.
Yeah, we don't want to keep him waiting, and we thought we'd be long done. With Dr. Gibby, so we're gonna finish Dr. Gibby and then go to Dr. Goldstein.
It sounds like there's some extensive cross-examination of Gibby. I don't know what extensive means, but are you asking if Dr. Goldsmith can begin at 1:30?
No.
Okay.
Well, we need to get it done today. He can't come
All right.
Let me withdraw my statement right now and just sort of say I can see some things with the daughters that may come up.
Okay.
Okay, and back at 1:30?
Back at 1:30.
Thanks.
How much cross do you have?
Thank you.
Would you mention to the jury that juries can take coats off?
I will do that. Dr. Gibby, you can certainly take the stand and be ready. Carrie, did you let the jury know that we're ready? Carrie, did you let the jury know that we're ready? We are? May be seated. Good afternoon, everyone. Let the record reflect parties are present, counsel is present, and the jury is all present. Thank you. Dr. Gibby, you're still under oath. Mr. Egan.
Thank you, Your Honor. May I start by approaching so I can give Dr. Gibby his deposition transcript? Thanks. All right, Dr. Gibby. Let's resume by discussing your rib fracture opinions real briefly. So, as I understand your testimony, you believe that from the objective evidence of the x-rays that show the fractures, Mr. Sanderson was hit from the side and the back, and that was the mechanism that fractured his ribs. Is that correct?
I think I testified there were two possibilities. One was a direct blow to the ribs with a hard object, like a helmet, but that was not borne out in the records. The other would be to fall sideways, forward and sideways obliquely, and strike the ground to break the ribs.
Okay, so the ribs were broken by hitting the ground?
I believe so. He might have had his arm on the side that could have acted as a focal point, but yes, I think that it could have happened either from a direct blow or from him striking the ground. I believe the testimony from the ski instructor or the incident report that it was packed snow that day, and he had to strike something with considerable force in order to break 4 ribs.
Right, but did you not testify previously that the mechanism was the hitting of the bodies together?
I testified in my deposition, if you go back and look at it, there were two hypotheses that I made. One was that there was a direct blow from the side, that someone would have to hit him at an angle or from the side, or the other was that he fell and struck the ground. If you look at my deposition, you'll see that in there.
Yeah, so I'm looking at page 97, and it says, if you want to turn to it, you're welcome to. Line 4 says, is it your opinion that the mechanism of the injury was the impact between Mr. Sanderson and Ms. Paltrow? And you said yes.
Yes, but I also gave another perspective on that. So if you look, I can find it later, but it's in there.
We may well get to it. I didn't see it, but I did see that when you were talking about this injury, you mentioned that the blow would, you described it as a glancing blow. Do you recall that?
If it were to break the ribs as they did, it would either have to come from the side or obliquely. Most people don't ski sideways, so the two mechanisms would be a direct hit to the ribs, or he was struck from the left side and fell and hit the ground. And I think Greg Ramon, who was the witness to the event, suggested he was hit from the left and struck the ground, and Ms. Paltrow was on top of him. And I think that's the most likely mechanism for the fracture of the ribs. Now, whether he had his arm underneath him or there was something, some other object that he might have struck, but he had to fall with sufficient force to break 4 ribs.
So the jury has heard Mr. Ramon testify that the blow that he saw was directly from behind. So you disagree with that?
I don't think that the blow that broke the ribs came directly from behind. I think that if he was hit from behind, the subsequent collision to the ground would have been what broke the ribs. If he were hit directly from behind, as I indicated in my deposition, I think he would have had posterior rib fractures.
Okay, so if you go to page 41 of your deposition transcript and go to page 21, or 20, it says...
So which would you like me to go to?
Oh, sorry, page 41, line 21. I apologize. And I'll read it. These rib fractures are more consistent with a glancing blow, kind of from the side and behind. I just want to know whether you're now telling us something different than that.
If it were a direct collision, but I think later in my deposition I talk about it could have been something where he was struck and then struck the ground. I'm sure we can look for that in a bit. But.
So, page 44, just because you're trying to find this, is just there are multiple places where it seems like you say he was not struck directly from behind, and you would expect different injuries if he were. These are lines 11 through 17. And if you go down to line 20 to 22, it says, so in your mind, it's the collision of bodies that causes the rib injury. And the answer is, oh, yes.
I think if you read line 24 in my answer, I said, well, I don't know. I mean, I guess it's possible if there were enough force that he would have fallen to the ground and broken the ribs that way. If he fell forward and struck the ground and it was hard enough.
But then you say, what I think, if it goes on, you say, but my experience with skiing is it's usually not that icy and hard. What I think happened is he was struck from the side or a glancing blow from, kind of back side, and then that in turn propelled him into the ground.
And that's a possibility, but But either way,
Did you not testify that that was the most likely opinion in your mind?
I did at that time, yes.
Okay, thank you, that's all I need. So, is it your testimony that the ribs could not have been caused by him striking someone rather than being struck?
I think it's less likely based upon the location of the rib fractures.
But it's possible that it could be the other way around.
Anything's possible.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay, and are you aware that Dr. Boehm, the biomechanics expert for the plaintiff, has testified that the mechanism was that the bodies hit the ground and the elbow is what likely caused those
I am aware of that.
Okay.
I wasn't aware of that at the time of my deposition, but I have read his deposition.
Okay, so there was another category of testimony here about normal pressure hydrocephalus. And I believe you've discussed that already. The jury has a sense of what it is, but what I want to ask you about is whether you've ever said that he actually has normal pressure hydrocephalus.
I think radiologically he has normal pressure hydrocephalus. We've done imaging that's consistent with that. We did CSF flow analysis, which shows biphasic flow through the cerebral aqueduct. So I think he has radiographic evidence of normal pressure hydrocephalus. I don't think he has had clinical evidence of that. At least the typical clinical manifestations of normal pressure hydrocephalus. He didn't have them before the accident. He had had imaging that predated this injury by a decade. He had been stable neurologically. Normal pressure hydrocephalus, or any uncompensated hydrocephalus for that matter, tends to progress. We would have expected, if that were the mechanism, that he would have had progressive deterioration.
Okay, and I think you've noted before that multiple people have recommended treatment for that.
I don't know that they've recommended treatment. They've recommended that he consider that. I mean, normal pressure hydrocephalus has, there are risks with sticking shunts into people's brains. The record is somewhat spotty in terms of its success. This is a man who had compensated hydrocephalus, meaning it wasn't progressing, he wasn't symptomatic from it, and I doubt someone would have inserted a ventricular shunt for an asymptomatic individual.
Okay, so my question is, have you testified previously that you've discussed the possibility that he have treatment for normal pressure hydrocephalus and that a number of other people have recommended that over the years? Did you or did you not testify to that?
We did discuss the findings that he had of hydrocephalus, and the shunt would be an option for him.
Okay, and you recommended that?
I didn't recommend it. I said we discussed it.
Sir, let's go to your deposition page 86. And let's go to lines 16 through 20. Did you or did you not note that a number of people have recommended that he receive treatment for normal pressure hydrocephalus over the years?
I said I discussed the possibility that he have treatment of his hydrocephalus. I did not suggest that he have that procedure done.
But you didn't,
And I also
answer
said-
the question.
I also said a number of people have recommended that over the years.
Okay, thank
Yes.
you. That's what I wanted. Appreciate that. So, you did multiple imaging scans, correct?
Correct.
You mentioned a CSF flow just now. That's one of them, correct?
Correct.
And then a functional MRI,
Correct.
and then an MRI.
Correct.
And I think you've described the MRI as the most critical. Is that right?
I'm not sure what you mean by that. It's all
Just
important.
have you ever testified that that is the critical report, the MRI?
I think MRI, well, functional MRI and MRI are both MRI techniques, as is CSF flow MRI. So
yes, but you're not
MRI is-
answering my question, sir. I don't mean to be rude here, but I just am asking you specific questions, and this particular question is the MRI in particular, have you ever testified that that is the critical report in this case?
Again, all three of those
Sir,
are MRIs.
that is not a yes or no, sir.
So which MRI are you talking about?
The one that you did, not the functional MRI, just the MRI.
Okay, well, we did also a CSF flow MRI, so all of them were important for his diagnosis.
Yeah, but again, sir, I've asked, did you ever testify that the MRI was the critical report?
I don't recall testifying that. If I
Okay,
did,
let's
then
go to your deposition, page 9. Lines 22 and 23. Do you see that? It says, in fact, and I'm asking about the MRI as opposed to the FMRI. There's one other report that's another MRI question. That's my question. Yeah, in fact, that's probably the critical report. Do you see that?
I do see that, yes.
You also described the FMRI results as minor findings of lesser importance in this case. Is that correct?
I'm not sure where you're seeing that, but
I'm happy to take you there, sir. If you'd like to. Do you dispute
I would say
you
that
did?
the MRI is a very important test for evaluating brain injury. Yes, I would agree with that statement.
Okay, and what about the FMRI? Did you ever testify that it was minor evidence towards the brain injury that you believe Mr. Sanderson had? Did you ever testify?
You're going to tell me I did, so I will say yes.
Okay, that makes it shorter. I'm happy to take
I wasn't trying to make a federal case out of the functional MRI. Most of his functional MRI was normal, as I concluded in my report. I think it adds some ancillary evidence of brain injury.
Okay, so I would like to show defense exhibit. Actually, I pulled up plaintiff's exhibit and it works just as well. It's exhibit 35. It's the MRI report. I would like to admit that into evidence. 35. Any objection? Okay, so I'm just going to pull that up.
Plaintiff's 35.
Plaintiff's 35 is received.
Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. It's not coming up on the screen, but it was before we started. Let's see if plugging it back in will work. It's also an exhibit to your deposition.
Okay.
But I would like to get it on the screen here.
Can you tell me which exhibit?
Yeah. Again, I apologize. This was working just before we started.
And which MRI? There were,
I
think I've read at least 4 different MRIs that he had.
So, this is, let's see, page or exhibit
6. Second page.
So, not the actual MRI itself. I want to look at your report of it, which I believe is in exhibit 2. Yeah, in exhibit 2, if you go to, it's not numbered, but it's a couple pages in. It says Blue Rock Medical, which I understand is your clinic, and it's dated March 3rd, 2021. Do you see that?
I do. This is the CSF flow analysis.
So there's the CSF flow, but there's before that.
Okay, I see that.
The CSF flow is dated May, so I'm going to the March report. You see that? Okay, yeah, now
I do.
Finally. Yeah, thank you, Peter. I apologize. I don't know why that happened. Okay, so this is the report that you created when you looked at the MRI that your office did for Mr. Sanderson's brain. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, and up here at the top, you note that he came in and was being evaluated partly because of the ski accident and concussion. Is that correct?
Correct.
So at the time that you reviewed the imaging, you knew that he'd had the ski accident.
Correct.
And had a concussion.
Yes.
Okay, and he had been referred to by his attorneys. Is that correct?
I don't know if he referred himself directly or if an attorney had sent him in, but I knew it was a medical legal case, yes.
Right, you knew it was in litigation.
I didn't know if it was in litigation, but I knew it was a medical legal case.
Okay, which meant it was likely in litigation.
Potentially.
And so you knew about the concussion, and I wanted to just note here that I don't see anywhere on this document that you did any comparison to prior studies. Is it correct that there was no comparison to prior studies?
Not at that time. I received the prior studies later, but I didn't have them at the time this study was performed.
Okay. And in this one, I noted that you did not see any sign of shearing injury. Is that correct? It's this, I'll pull it out here. That sentence here. Do you see that?
Yes.
Okay, and this is actually your report, right? In other
Correct.
words, if I go down to the bottom, oops, it actually has your name there. Is that right?
Correct.
Pull that out. Okay. You were aware at this time that there had been prior images taken of his brain, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were aware that people had noted various things. We've already talked about the normal normal pressure hydrocephalus concern, but there were others as well, is that right?
I'm not sure I had that history at this time. This anatomic study of the brain, which, as you recall during my deposition, and you didn't even have the report, was performed.
You're saying I didn't have the report?
Correct.
That is not true, sir. I have the report, and we can discuss that. But you're talking about the 2009 MRI.
Not the 2009 MRI. I'm talking about the.
Let's get questions and answers.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We need a
Yeah.
question, we need an answer, not a question.
Your Honor,
So, yeah, I'll move forward.
I think we'll just restart and let's start with the question.
I'll move forward. Let's actually talk about your understanding of the concussion itself, since we brought that up with this image. I believe you've testified before that you noted that there was multiple different reports of differing time periods of loss of consciousness with the ski accident. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So 2 minutes was one, 10 minutes was another report, 45 minutes was another report. Is that correct?
Correct.
But you believe that it was a brief loss of consciousness. Is that correct?
I think the evidence from the witness and the ski people would suggest it was a matter of minutes, not 45 minutes.
This fMRI scan that you've talked about that was mostly normal but had some abnormalities, I want to know whether you have an opinion about whether the fMRI itself can show that those abnormalities related to the concussion.
I don't think we can draw one-to-one correspondence, but we can make a correlation. So if someone is struggling with executive function issues, such as problem solving, which Mr. Sanderson has experienced, and we see abnormalities of a functional test like matrix reasoning, which has a deficit, a big deficit. This is, again, the data is such that our normative range is pretty wide. Normal people have a pretty wide range. So in order to be called abnormal with this population we have, you have to have a pretty profound lack of activation. And so, yes, I think that the functional MRI can be used as a piece of evidence toward that, but you wouldn't just look at a functional MRI of the brain and say, oh, well, he has this deficit and therefore it was caused by this event.
Right, there's nothing about the actual scan itself that shouts concussion. This
Correct.
must be a concussion. Right.
That's correct.
And then it could be that those abnormalities preceded the accident.
Yes.
And you don't have any way of determining using the scan whether they did or not.
No, it's always a problem with accidents. We'd like to have scans immediately before and after, but we never get it.
They could also be caused by some sort of event following the accident. Is that correct?
Yes.
And I believe you were aware of Dr. Fong's evaluation of Mr. Sanderson. Is that correct?
Yes.
And do you recall that she reported that Mr. Sanderson had fallen, hit his head, and had roughly 45 minutes of loss of consciousness years after the accident? Do you recall that?
Don't recall that, but I will trust you. That's what you said.
Okay. Did he report anything like that to you? Any post-collision trauma or head injuries?
I think you have my report of what he reported to me. I wrote a written report at the time. I examined Terry, took a history, did a brief physical exam, tried to get a sense of his communication skills, just some of those difficult to quantitate issues of people.
Okay,
so it would be in my report if it's there.
Okay.
It should be here.
Okay, and so you don't recall off the top of your head whether he offered any report about post-collision trauma or head injury? It sounds like that's a no. Is that right?
That's a no. I don't recall.
And what about before the accident?
Well, I did notice in his in the accident report that he had denied previous injuries and other episodes of loss of consciousness. So I don't recall specifically when I examined him whether he said there was prior trauma or not. I'm not aware of any, but
okay. But if there were some in the records, you wouldn't dispute it.
Yeah.
Right. And you did know, in fact, that he had received an MRI of his brain, as you said, decades before. So there was something that caused the need for evaluation of his brain in the past.
I think it was a CT, but he had imaging of his brain a decade before.
Okay. So is that? Are you saying that you were not aware of a 2009 MRI, just a CT?
No, I believe I have that MRI. I think it was sent to me.
Okay, but you didn't review that MRI before testifying about his, either, I guess, providing your evaluation or testifying about your opinions about the injury. Is that correct?
No, I did review. I didn't review it at the time of my deposition because I didn't have it, but I did review the report, and the report is entirely consistent with later reports that indicated that he had some dilated lateral and dilated third ventricle. And it didn't, from the report, it didn't appear that anything had changed.
But haven't you testified that having the report is not really that helpful? You want to compare side-by-side images? You recall testifying to that?
It's always helpful to have the images as a radiologist, but...
Have you testified that it doesn't help to have the reports, really?
It's a piece of information. It's better than nothing, but I'd rather see the images.
Right.
Question?
Yeah. Go to the next, please.
So,
Let's have an objection to the last response.
well, I was just going to kind of clarify. So my question here, Dr. Gibby, is whether you've ever testified that seeing those prior reports doesn't help. You need to compare the images side by side. Have you testified to that effect?
I'm not sure I've ever testified that it's of no help, but it is more helpful to have the images, yes.
Okay. Let's go to your deposition transcript 86, lines 5 through 6. And I'll read my question. It says, I see, but you've seen the reports for those images, just not the images themselves. And your answer was, I've seen the reports, but that doesn't help. We need to compare them side by side. You see that?
Yes,
So did you just mean that the reports are not very helpful at all?
correct.
Okay. It sounds like the imaging itself can't tell you what happened in the ski collision. My understanding of your testimony is that you don't have an opinion that the imaging itself can say, look, there's a concussion and there's problems in the brain that most certainly date back to that ski collision. Is that correct?
I think the imaging is helpful to exclude certain things. There are issues in the medical record and things that have been raised by defense about infarcts, hypertension, multi-infarct dementia, white matter disease. And I think as you try to have causation of whatever his symptoms were, the MRI is very helpful to exclude certain other comorbidities.
Okay, so it's important that you got to depend a lot on reports from medical providers and family members and Mr. Sanderson himself to determine the cause of these imaging findings. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and as I understand it, you have reviewed some of those materials, but not all of them. Is that correct?
Correct.
In fact, have you not testified before that you didn't have a chance to go through them all because they're just too voluminous for you?
At the time of the deposition, but I've since read a lot.
No, sir, I think we need to stick to the opinions you've provided before. So what's the clear answer to that question? Have you not said that those were too voluminous for you to go through before you provided your opinions in this case?
It hasn't changed my opinions, but yes, I did say that the records were voluminous, and I hadn't read word for word every deposition. If you look at my testimony, I said that some of them I had skimmed through the depositions, but I had not read word for word every deposition.
In fact, sir, you were willing to offer your opinions under oath without having gone through all of that material. Is that correct? I need a yes or no because this is getting kind of slow, and I have a bunch of other questions I want to ask. It's a simple question.
My opinions are based upon the data that I was provided, and it was voluminous, and I reviewed a lot of records, a lot of imaging, and a lot of testimony. Whether I was able to garner every piece of that data, the answer is no, but my opinions were formed based on a fairly exhaustive review of this person's case.
Sir, if you go to Exhibit 3 of your deposition, there's a list of things that you were provided, and it's 2 pages. There's various medical records, there's expert reports, and then a list of depositions. Did you not testify at your deposition that you had gone through the first 12 items completely, but you hadn't been able to go through the complete set of the remaining materials? Is that right?
I testified I had not looked at them word for word, but I had reviewed them.
Sir, did you read your deposition before this testimony today?
Yes.
Okay, so do you not recall saying that numbers 1 through 12 you had read, but the rest of that list, which is a good half of the list, including depositions of Gwyneth Paltrow, Eric Christiansen, Carrie Oakes, Whitney Smith, Craig Ramone, Dr. Goldstein, Dr. Fong, Dr. Bain, Mr. Sanderson's daughters, that you had not been able to go through all of those completely. Did you not testify to that?
I think that mischaracterizes what I said in my deposition. If you go back to my deposition, I said I didn't read them word for word, but I did look through them.
I'm not saying you didn't look through them, I'm just saying you didn't carefully go over them in their entirety. Is that correct?
No, but I'm not sure I needed to go through every deposition to form the medical opinion that I did. I based it upon the reports of his family members, of his girlfriend, of his medical providers, of his imaging, of the personal assessment I did. So I think there are multiple pieces of data here. But no, I didn't read every word of every deposition in this case.
Is it true that at the deposition you did not know who Eric Christiansen was? I'm happy to turn to it.
It may be.
You don't dispute that?
I don't dispute that.
Okay. And is it true that you have no opinion about whether those prior images are different than the post-accident images because you haven't looked at them? You hadn't looked at them at the time that you provided your opinions in this case. Is that right?
That's correct. I have looked at them, but at the time I had not reviewed them side by side, as you said. And that's because they hadn't been provided to us.
But that was not me that was providing them to you, correct?
I don't know.
You received the materials that you looked over from plaintiff's counsel, correct?
I did.
And also, they hired you to perform your work in this case, is that correct?
Correct.
And they've paid you for that work, is that correct?
I don't know if we've been paid or not, but they will, I'm sure.
Right, and you have a fee schedule that lists your various charges for things, including an independent medical exam, which I understand you performed, is that right?
Yes.
And that charge is $2,500, is that correct?
Correct.
And then your court fees, if you were to appear in court and provide testimony, is $5,000, is that correct?
Yes, for the entire day.
And then there's other fees like deposition fees and review fees, consultation fees, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, while it's your testimony that the objective findings that you see in your imaging scans are not hard and fast, which I believe was the term you used in your deposition, there are some findings that suggest that there was some trauma to the brain in Mr. Sanderson's case. Is that correct?
I think they're corroborative pieces of evidence. And you're correct, you can't point to this white matter spot and say that came from a collision and another white matter spot and say that came from aging.
Right, and so I just want to make sure I understand which findings you're pointing to. So one is white matter disease, you've mentioned that, correct?
So one of the things that I brought up at the deposition was the pattern of his white matter disease.
Right, okay, that's helpful. And then shearing injury, is that also one that you pointed to in your deposition?
So the shearing injury is, when we look for that on the susceptibility weighted images, we're specifically looking for little residual hemorrhages, little tiny depositions of iron that you might not see with conventional MRI. Now, the white matter lesions could be shearing injuries, but there wasn't specific evidence of the shearing injury from the microhemorrhage. That's what I meant to say in my report.
Okay.
But there is some evidence of shearing injuries, but that evidence could also be from other things. So it's not specific.
So you're saying in this report, which I'll bring back up,
when I say no shearing injuries, I mean there is no evidence of shearing injuries from the microhemorrhage SWI process.
Okay, so let's maybe define these terms a little better, because I certainly, even after having learned a lot about this, I don't feel like I've grasped it well, and it may be helpful to someone on the jury. White matter disease, can you explain just what that means in kind of lay terms?
So the brain is divided into gray cells and white matter. The white matter is those are the axons, the connection, the wiring of the brain, and then the cortex are the nerve cells that process our signals. When we say white matter disease, we mean the areas below the cortex that is where the connections occur. And white matter disease is a very non-specific term. It's found with many different processes. It just means there has been an injury or some process that has occurred to that brain at some time ago. So you have to look at not only are they there, but what is the pattern? Are there other ancillary findings like microhemorrhages in the brain? Other evidence of trauma that you might see with skull injuries or soft tissue injuries, etc.
Right, and Mr. Sanderson had that before the accident, correct?
Yes.
And as you said, I think you said before, it's non-specific. In other words, that's a disease that could be connected to various conditions, correct?
Correct.
And one of those is maybe an aging brain, is that right?
Yes.
And then what about hydrocephalus, the normal pressure hydrocephalus that we've been talking so much about? Can we say that that's a kind of problem of fluid accumulation in the brain? Is that fair? As a sort of simple layman's explanation of it?
So normal pressure hydrocephalus is an interesting phenomenon. When they say normal pressure, it means if you stick a needle in and you measure the opening pressure of the spinal fluid, it's normal. So they don't have increased pressure as in people that have hydrocephalus or an obstruction to the CSF flow. And it's really a problem of CSF flow dynamics. And it's thought that what happens is you have this kind of shock wave of the cerebrospinal fluid that slowly dilates the ventricles. And we certainly have conceded here, and I've testified repeatedly, I don't think his ventricular system, the dilatation of these ventricles, is related to. I don't think it was caused by that. I don't think the accident caused the normal pressure hydrocephalus.
Right, because it was there before.
It was there before.
Right. And then the shearing injury, you don't know whether that was there before either, do you?
Well, again, he has this pattern of little white matter injury around the corpus callosum. Those are the big fiber tracts that stretch across the brain and connect the two hemispheres together. And his pattern of his white matter disease suggests that it possibly could be trauma in origin, because it doesn't look like the typical pattern of aging white matter or ischemic white matter from hypertensive arteriopathy, those kinds of things.
So it sounds like you can't say that it likely is. That's just a possibility.
It's one piece of evidence that he has maybe had some injuries to his white matter, but
okay.
We don't know that the accident caused that.
Right. And at the time that I took your deposition, you gave us your opinions in that case. In this case, you didn't have any opinion about whether he had shearing injury before the accident. Is that right?
Well, I think we talked.
Is that right?
I don't think it's correct. We did talk about that. One of the pieces of evidence of trauma or injury to the brain were these little white matter lesions, but I also indicated it was non-specific.
But would you say that if there were any findings on prior images prior to the collision, he can't say that the accident was a cause of those findings? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. You're not a neuropsychologist, correct?
Not today.
Okay, yeah, maybe one. And you did not perform an exhaustive workup of his psychological or cognitive issues, is that correct?
We did cognitive testing with the functional imaging. There were 6 functional MRIs as well as resting state that we did. So we did look at some of the performance on neuropsychological testing, but no, I did not do a neuropsychological exam on the patient in the traditional sense.
Okay. So did you testify before that you did not do an exhaustive workup of his cognitive and psychological abilities or function?
That's correct.
Okay. And you haven't diagnosed him with any of those sorts of issues, any mental health or cognitive issues, is that right?
No, I mean, I think I did make the diagnosis of a post-concussive syndrome, and that he had the hallmarks that were consistent with a concussion event. So, and we talked about that today at some length of what those symptoms were.
Like even his emotional symptoms?
Yes.
So let's go to page 101 of your testimony. Did you not testify before that you have not diagnosed him with anything related to his emotional distress?
I didn't diagnose him regarding emotional distress, but I did use the record as well as his history in my discussions with him to make the diagnosis that he had had a change in his emotional responsiveness and his ability to interact with people. And I think I say I have read the record of many people diagnose him. In fact, I think your own neuropsychologist didn't examine him. They just did a review of records to make their report. So I'm not sure where this is going.
Sir, I don't think you know anything about why or why not our experts were able to, whether they evaluated Mr. Sanderson. Is that correct? You don't know anything about that?
I do know they didn't examine him.
I know, but you don't know why.
No, I don't know why.
Right. Could be that plaintiff didn't want them to evaluate them. Is that correct?
I wasn't there. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't know. Okay, thank you. So, I just want to be clear. You in your deposition, I think, made it very clear that you're not a neuropsychologist and you have not done an exhaustive workup of his emotional distress and cognitive issues. You're not claiming that you have done that, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and you would, I think, it sounds to me, you would defer to people who have, if there are such people. Because you have not done the work. Is that right?
Again, it's a different type of evidence. So no, we didn't do standard. We didn't do a neuropsychological evaluation, but we did do some neuropsychological testing with the functional imaging that we did.
Okay, so is the answer yes, that the neuropsychologists have done the exhaustive work and you have not? Is that correct?
They've done it in a different way. They've done it in a more traditional way, and I would agree that we did not do an exhaustive look at his neuropsychological function.
Okay, thank you. And you reviewed prior records, right? Because it's important to look at before to know whether the things that claimed after are actually caused by the event, correct? And did you see in that review a record just a few weeks before the ski collision where Mr. Sanderson reported that he was getting old all of a sudden, or felt like he was getting old all of a sudden?
I did see that.
You saw that. And then did you note any other aspects of his prior history that were connected to the post-accident symptoms that he's reporting?
So in his VA records, I think part of their intake process, they ask about alcohol usage, and that seemed to vary. Sometimes he would say, you know, he never had more than 6 drinks at a time, and other times he would say, you know, less than once a month. So there were, you know, probably 6 or 7 episodes where he reported different amounts of drinking. But it seemed to me the record was pretty consistent that he was not heavily drinking. His family, his girlfriend, others didn't report that. That can sometimes be associated with post-traumatic stress or post-traumatic injury.
But you did note, right, the depression, anxiety, some of these other the things that were going on before the accident, correct?
He had been treated for depression and was on an antidepressant.
Okay. And then I want to go back to this. I missed one question I wanted to ask you about the mechanism of the injury. I may be misunderstanding your deposition testimony, but you testified previously that essentially you have a guy, and I think you're referring to Mr. Sanderson, that was stopped and then struck. Is that correct?
I think that was my understanding of it at the time, but as I did more research and read the depositions of people like Craig Ramon, I believe Mr. Sanderson they were both skiing downhill. They were both moving, obviously at a differential speed, but it sounds like, but my best assessment at this time from what I've read is that he was struck from the left side and hit the ground.
Okay, but at the time that you provided me with your opinions that you were going to provide here today at trial, you said you essentially have a guy that stopped and then is struck. Is that correct?
Well,
I think you said earlier that was correct. Is that not correct?
You're trying to figure out how a person could have enough trauma to break 4 ribs, and if someone just runs into you, it has to be a very rapid deceleration injury. So that is certainly one of the ways that it could have happened, is he's standing there and someone helmets him in the side.
Right, but at the time that you gave me your opinions for this case that I was expecting you to give here today, you said essentially you have a guy that stopped and was struck. Is that correct?
That's correct, but I also gave
okay,
an alternative.
that was my question. Thank you for answering it.
Yeah, feel free to stand up and stretch at any time.
Judge,
Oh, I forgot to mention to the jury that I, again, told the lawyers that if they felt like it was getting too warm in here, that they could certainly remove their coats. So, no informality intended by that.
I'm just looking over my notes, Dr. Gibby, and I believe I'm very close to done, if not finished. Oh, I did want to bring up an exhibit, if I can find it. It's actually in you provided it to us. It's in your deposition transcript. That's your exhibit 6. The second page.
Mm-hmm.
So let me pull it up for everybody else. You guys see that? It's in, I think.
there's nothing on the screen.
Yeah, just so I wanted to
Is that what I heard?
No, that's not the same image.
Oh, here, wait a second.
Let me show you what I've got.
That's exhibit 6.
You go to the next page.
That's it.
No problem. Okay, I got back to it. Okay, so I moved to admit exhibit 6, page 2 of Dr. Gibby's deposition.
No objection.
I'll conditionally accept it.
Or just use plaintiff's exhibit, it's probably cleaner.
But I don't think, I didn't get the right number from you.
30. I think it was 30, plaintiff's exhibit 30.
No. It's not 30.
Okay.
30 is,
I mean, I'll accept,
Yeah,
if
so
there's
you
a
got
stipulation,
that.
I'll accept the
Right.
deposition exhibit 6 from Gibby on a conditional basis. We'll number it.
Yeah, well, I'm happy to number it afterwards.
For the record, we should probably refer to it right now. What's the next defendant's exhibit number?
I think it's 112.
So defendant's exhibit 112, but conditioned upon a hard copy being provided to the clerk.
Yeah, okay. I apologize that I didn't have that for you. I just decided to use it connected to your deposition because you have it right in front of you, correct, Mr. Dr. Gibby?
I'm not sure what you refer
It's
to.
this image, yes, correct. There you go. Yeah, so this image is, I think, what you provided to me of the MRI that was taken in 2017. This is not the one you took, is that right?
Correct.
And you looked at it and it's after the collision and you pointed in those green arrows to various parts of the brain that you see as abnormalities that might be related to the concussion, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And if you would, I think that's actually enough, probably. We can leave it at that. Okay, thank you.
Mr. Bueller.
Dr. Gibby, I'm just going to show you a document that references this gotten old all of a sudden so you can read it and put it into context. So feel free to take a minute or two, or not even a minute or two, I bet you can do it in 30 seconds, to give us the context of this gotten old all of a sudden line. It's Defendant's Exhibit 23B that Defense Counsel has been referencing multiple times. It's right here.
Okay.
This is defense exhibits. I think it's 23. Does it have the number there?
23B.
23B. Would you read the paragraph there, the full paragraph?
It says weight gain. Thinks eating too much and not as much exercise. Thinks he's gotten old all of a sudden. Does not think depressed. Mood is good. Just not doing the things he used to. Seems to be consumed with paperwork, cleaning things out. Thinks that he will start skiing and reinstate his gym membership. It seems to be referring to his weight gain and inactivity.
And Terry Sanderson's known as being talkative, right?
Yes.
Okay. Plaintiff moves to introduce Defendant's Exhibit 23B. It's already been authenticated.
Exhibit 23B is received. The exhibit that you had just looked at earlier when defense counsel James Egan was asking you?
It is.
Okay, he was asking you yes or no questions. Could you tell us what other significance you see in this exhibit, which I think is going to be called Defense Exhibit 112 provisionally?
So can I just show a couple things to the jury, I think?
Yes.
Well, what I wanted to show you is that his cortex, those are the little folds of the brain, doesn't have a lot of atrophy for his age. This is a very normal looking cortex. So when people talk about atrophy, they're focusing on these dilated ventricles, but that's really not atrophy. That's just the ventricles have been distended because of this normal pressure hydrocephalus. The other thing I think that's important is you don't see white matter disease out here in these watershed areas of white matter, which you would typically see in aging, in hypertension, diabetes, some of these other non-specific things. You scroll up a little bit. What he has are these lesions right near the corpus callosum, which may or may not be related to the accident. That was the question that the defense counsel was asking. But I think the MRI is very important to be able to see that he doesn't have other things in his brain that would be causing comorbidities, the challenges that he's having with his current mental situation.
Okay. I think that's all. Thank you, Dr. Gibby.
Mr. Egan?
Oh, I don't need to torture you. Yeah, go ahead. Thank you. So when you gave your opinions to me in this case, you had not reviewed prior imaging imaging prior to the accident imaging. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor, goes beyond the direct.
Redirect.
That's been answered.
Overruled, go ahead.
I'm not asking about reports, just the images themselves.
I have not seen the images.
Okay, thank you.
Any follow-up, Mr. Bueller?
No, thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. We'll take our recess right now and come back in maybe 10 minutes. Thank you. You may leave. Thank you.
Your Honor, can I just speak to my client? Is that okay?
Absolutely, sure.
May be seated. Thank you. Mr. Sykes?
Thank you. Call Dr. Sam Goldstein.
Do you swear that the testimony you are about to give in the case now before the court will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Would you please state your full name and address?
Sam Goldstein, 230 South, 500 East, Suite 100, Salt Lake City, Utah, 84102.
Where were you born and where did you grow up?
I was born in Jersey City, New Jersey in 1952. Moved to Brooklyn, New York in 1955. Grew up there, went to school there. Came to Salt Lake City in 1976 to finish my doctorate, and I've been here ever since.
Yankees fan or a Mets fan?
I have to honor my dear departed father, a Yankees fan.
There you go. Okay. And did you do graduate work just at the University of Utah or any other universities?
I did graduate work at Montclair State in New Jersey and at the University of Utah.
Any fellowships or special training opportunities?
I'm not sure I can answer the question. I finished my degree and did a doctoral residency to sit for my license, which I did. The license is generic in the state of Utah. So your license is a psychologist and then ethically responsible to practice within the area in which you've been trained.
And you have specialty areas or interest areas in both children and adults, is that correct?
In my clinical work? Yes.
Okay.
Primarily children in my clinical work.
Okay. And tell the jury about your publications, would you?
What would you like me to tell them?
Summarize in less than 3 minutes.
My 54th book just came out. A large number of clinical textbooks that are used by other professionals, trade books for the general public. I edit a major science journal, comes out 14 times a year on attention and related problems. It's 2,000 pages of peer-reviewed research. I've authored or co-authored a dozen psychological tests and neuropsychological tests that are used all over the world.
Tell us about some of those tests, what they show, or intended to show.
Well, the one I'm most proud of, the cognitive assessment system, is a measure of someone's critical thinking and problem solving that's independent of the effects of culture or experience. So Aboriginal children in the outback, affluent children in suburbia at the same ages test the same way. So we created that instrument to avoid the bias of children coming from underprivileged homes or minorities being unfairly identified as having disabilities in the schools.
Okay. Now, we're going to talk about this in a few minutes, but I'd like your what executive function is. Executive function.
What I think it is?
What it is scientifically in the field of neuropsychology.
Well, there's a lot of disagreement in what it is. It's become a very popular term in education now, but primarily it refers to how you do what you do. It's the strategies or behaviors you employ in solving whatever problems you have in the course of your day. Some people believe it's a variety of different kinds of abilities, memory, emotional regulation, planning, and in our research it seems to be an overarching, a singular phenomenon, how you do what you do. Anything you do to improve outcome would be an executive function. Your preparation for this trial, for my examination, would be considered an executive function, improving what you hope to achieve in my testimony. And in everyday life, it's how we do what we do.
Have you published in this area?
My co-edited textbook on executive functioning is the most widely used in the world, I'm told. And my assessment tool, the Comprehensive Executive Functioning Inventory, is standardized on the general population of children and adults, and we use it as an observational measure. So a parent would fill it out, or a teacher, or an individual, asking questions about how they do what they do. How do you plan? How do you regulate your emotions? It's different from the kind of neuropsychological testing most people think of when you think of someone sitting across a computer or face-to-face with an evaluator being asked questions or putting puzzles together, etc. This is more about how you do. It's more about behavior.
Okay. Can a person, hypothetically, score really high, a bright person, a person of some substance, an education, score really high on neuropsychological testing of things like words and concepts, and do really poorly on executive function?
So you mean someone like Einstein?
Einstein?
Yes.
Or Terry Sanderson?
Or Terry Sanderson, correct. Our neuropsychological tests measure your ability to think critically, your memory, how you go about solving problems in a controlled environment. But the relationship of those tests to real-world behavior is fairly limited. So you can be very bright, particularly if you have a brain injury to the front of your brain. You can,
Frontal lobe?
yeah, orbitofrontal, the lower frontal part. You can be still very, very bright, intellectually advanced, and still have a lot of trouble in everyday life. Perseverating, going over things again and again, finding it difficult to problem solve, repeating yourself, trouble controlling your emotions. Again, you use the term executive functioning. Any behavior that you engage in to demonstrate what you know in an effective way. Knowing it isn't enough. You have to know how to execute it. You have to know how to do it.
Okay. Do people sometimes short circuit that in common everyday parlance and saying, being able to keep 2 balls in the air, 3 balls in the air at one time?
I don't understand the question. What was the question?
Well, let's suppose that you're a juror. Some of the case. Then you come up here in the snow, in the ice, okay? Yet you have things to worry about at home too. So you kind of juggle all these things. Executive function help you do that?
The ability to think about one thing and put something else out of your mind?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Again, any behavior you engage in, whether it's internal in your thinking or external in how you do what you do, if it improves your performance and your functioning, it falls under that umbrella.
Over your career, okay? Roughly what, 1976 to the present?
So the clinic I opened with a neurologist, we opened in 1980.
Okay.
We see about 500 or 600 children and a few hundred adults every year, right through COVID. About half the people I see have brain injuries. The other half have more complicated genetic or related kinds of developmental problems. You don't want to see me. You don't want your children or any of your relatives to have to see me.
Yeah.
They're not all in litigation. I do about 1 litigation forensic case a week. I don't know if that's been explained to the jury, but in a forensic matter, I'm not treating. I'm simply retained, and I am a retained expert. So I like to think that I'm unbiased and I'm not an advocate, but I am retained by one side or another to offer opinions and answer questions.
How often are you retained roughly by the plaintiff side and the defense side? We're plaintiff here.
I'm asked that all the time, and my response is it doesn't matter, because I'm not an advocate. My opinions will be the same, I would hope. I make that effort regardless of who I'm testifying for. I would argue, given that the rules now require me to keep 7 years worth of records, it's about even between plaintiff and defense. Correct.
Okay. Now, over the course of your career since about 1980, talking about 43 years, give or take, how many neuropsychological evaluations have been performed in your clinic?
In my clinic, by me or by myself in my doctoral residence?
Everyone.
It's roughly, as I've testified, 700 or 800 a year. Again, they're not all in litigation. It's grown. The first 10 years it was smaller. It's grown over the years, but last year it was about 700 evaluations.
I'm talking about roughly, I'm just a country lawyer, okay? I'm not very smart, but I can do a little bit of math. That's talking about 16,000 neuropsychological evaluations. 700 a year times 10 is 7,000. Times 20 is 14,000.
It's a lot, yes.
Okay. And how many of those have you done personally?
I do about 200 a year, about 4 a week when I'm in the clinic. Again, they're not all in litigation, and 2/3 are children. In my clinic, in my forensic work, it's about the other way around. I think in my deposition I said it was 50-50. I think it's probably closer to 70-30 because we spend the majority of our lives as adults.
Sure.
So it wouldn't be unexpected in litigation. A significant percentage of people with brain injuries, or I might be involved, will be an adult versus a child.
Now, in all of those evaluations, all those events, 16,000 in the clinics and several thousand, multiple thousands for you personally, have you ever issued a report or done an evaluation without seeing the individual and interviewing the individual who's the center of the case? Ever?
Not in an evaluation. I've been asked to do record reviews. That's a very different matter.
So, how important is it, if you're going to get a legitimate opinion, to do a clinical meeting with the individual?
Well, and again, I don't mean to be difficult, but it matters what opinion. If I conduct a record review, the opinions I offer are the accuracy of the foundation treaters or other experts have provided informing their opinions. So my review asks the question, does this person provide sufficient foundation, that's a term you attorneys use, sufficient facts to support the opinions they've offered? But as someone doing a record review, I can't offer my own opinion.
So, when you do a record review, you're looking at evaluating the testing done by others, right?
And the medical records and the care provided, but I can't offer my own opinion. I can disagree with the opinions of others based on what I perceive as their lack of foundation.
But you can't offer your own opinion as to the neuropsychological status of somebody without doing a clinical interview. Is that correct?
I could, but it would be both unethical and unscientific. How can I offer an opinion based on the data someone else gathered without gathering my own data? Maybe I would ask questions a little differently. Maybe I would observe the patient somewhat differently. So I can offer opinions about the opinions of others, but I can't offer my own opinions unless I actually see the person.
Okay. So, would it be true that seeing the person is important if you're going to offer an opinion in court?
About the person? Yes, absolutely.
Okay. How important? How important?
Oh, well, in my work it would be at least 99% important. Maybe in the legal arena it might be 51% important.
Why is it, a minute ago you said unethical. What did you mean by that?
Well, if you're a member of the American Psychological Association, one of the standards of ethics is you don't provide independent opinions about a person unless you've seen them or there are other circumstances that might preclude you from seeing them.
Like they're dead or something, right?
Could be they're dead, it could be in a forensic setting, opposing counsel refuses to make their client available.
Okay. Now, you've done a lot of medical legal work, you mentioned that. Are you familiar with the Rule 35 exam, sometimes called an IME, independent medical exam, that allows you to request to see somebody?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure. percentage of your clinical practice is children versus adults? I may have covered that, but I wanted to be sure I had.
Yeah, I mentioned that. It's, in my clinical practice, it's at least 2/3 children.
All right. And how often do you see victims of concussion? Adults, victims of concussion.
In the clinical practice or forensic
Both.
practice or both? At least someone every week. That's a big part of what I do.
Okay. How is, do neuropsychologists sometimes, if they're trained, determine causation of a concussion?
Some will, yes.
And how do you do that?
Review medical records, have an understanding and appreciation of the diagnostic process, understand the symptoms of concussion, as well as understanding the liabilities of determining the causality of those symptoms and coming to a conclusion. In a forensic matter, I defer to the diagnosis of a concussion to a physician, preferably within proximity to an event. It's just easier for the jury, I think, to understand what each expert's role is.
Okay. Now, could you tell the jury briefly what information you reviewed and relied on in this case?
I don't know if I can do that briefly, but your office provided me with a long set of records and depositions from multiple providers, both before and after this particular accident, and that's what I used. I don't look at every single record as foundation for my opinion. A few minutes ago, I explained about the importance of the foundation in terms of the facts you offer to support your opinion. There are a lot of records I received that don't have anything to do with the questions you're asking me to address. If in any way I think a record might reflect that, I will put it into my report and as foundation.
All right. Did you review medical records from the clinic in Park City?
I looked at them, yes.
Did you review the records from the medical building at the Deer Valley Ski Resort?
Yes.
Okay. Did you review the VA records?
The ones that were provided to me, yes.
Did you review Dr. Fong's records?
Yes.
Was there anything important in the Deer Valley incident report dated 2/26/16 for your opinions?
Important in my conclusion that this man was suffering the consequences of a brain injury?
Yes. Concussion, brain injury.
Yeah, he was disoriented a bit. His head cleared pretty quickly, it seemed like. Again, these are fairly cursory examinations, but there are indications in the records, and then subsequently a care provider indicates that it's their opinion that his symptoms are reflective of a concussion. And I don't question care providers. I wasn't there.
And why are those things important for you?
Well, they're more important for you than for me. In a clinical setting, I'm asked to evaluate someone and offer opinions about their problems and what might help them. In a forensic setting, I'm also asked, do I have an opinion about who's responsible or what event might be responsible? And in a chronology, from looking at all of the records and evaluating Mr. Sanderson, the one event that would appear to acutely lead to the symptoms he was presenting was this particular accident.
Ski collision.
The ski collision, correct.
Now, the day of the collision, Michael McMahon, M-C-M-A-H-A-N, a physician's assistant, evaluated Terry Sanderson, and he wrote, quote, "Patient collided with another skier," end of quote. This is an admitted record. Is that significant for you?
Again, an event that might cause an injury to his head, any factual information that would help that would be significant. But again, I'm not determining, again, whether Mr. McMahon made an accurate assessment or not. I'm simply taking the record as it appears, and there are multiple indications in the records of symptoms that are consistent with a head injury.
Another thing he says, and I quote, states he lost consciousness, end of quote. Is that significant, and if so, why?
Again, it's a symptom that would be consistent with a head injury. How the patient, in this case Mr. Sanderson, was aware of that isn't in that record, so I don't know how he decided he was or was not unconscious. Sometimes people are disoriented and they consider that being unconscious. Sometimes people are in shock and they're not really unconscious. Other times they are truly unconscious for short periods or for lengthy periods of time.
He also wrote, quote, complaints of mild headache, end of quote. Is that significant for your opinions in any way?
Again, with the caveat that headaches could be caused by all kinds of phenomena, including a brain injury.
Quote, patient was unconscious for an undetermined length of time, close quote. Is that significant?
Yes.
For the same reason you already expressed?
Yes.
Also, quote, has a sense of dullness, and dullness is in interior quotes, in the front of his head, close quote. Is that significant, and why?
Again, for the same reasons, the term dullness, fog, are interesting descriptions that people will offer when they're experiencing difficulty functioning in everyday life. Sometimes it's hard to know exactly what they mean by my head feels dull.
And it says that he states he was, quote, disoriented for a period of time after the injury. Disoriented for a period of time after the injury. Is that significant?
Yes, again, all significant that all of these could be markers of a head injury, or a closed head injury in this case.
Now, are you aware that the very next day, Mr. Sanderson's girlfriend, fiance, took him to the VA, 27th of February. Did you read those records?
Yes.
The complaints made? From memory, could you recall some of those things that were complained of? I can show them to you, but do you recall?
Well, again, he'd been a patient there on an ongoing basis.
For many years.
He had some pre-existing issues that might have made him what you refer to in your field as an asymptomatic eggshell plaintiff, meaning he had some problems that were not causing him difficulty in life, that then proceeded to cause him difficulty in life. But the description was the same types of concussive symptoms: headache, irritability, maybe a loss of consciousness, confusion, problems with concentration. Again, they could have multiple etiologies. People with chronic pain will report those symptoms. People who've been psychologically traumatized will report those symptoms. So they are indicators that something is wrong in an acute way. Over time, the conclusion has been that they are related to a brain injury.
They also did an MRI, I believe, maybe it was a CT, but they wrote in the interpretation, ventricular system discordant with mild volume loss. Do you understand those words? Discordant with mild volume loss?
Well, I'm going to have to preface this with I'm not a neurologist or a neuroradiologist, or I'm a neuropsychologist. He has enlarged ventricles, but he's asymptomatic for high pressure hydrocephalus. It's unclear.
And no volume loss after 7 years, right?
And no change, correct. No acute change in the brain.
He was discharged that day with a warning for, quote, mild traumatic brain injury. And then it said, parentheses, concussion, minor head injury, trauma, closed head injury. What significance is that?
Again, it's an indication that the treater was under the impression that these symptoms were related to a concussion or might be related to a concussion, and was cautioning him. Initially, when someone hits their head and there isn't a break in the skull or a bleed, it's referred to as a closed head injury, and typically within a few days it's referred to as a concussion, sometimes sooner. If it persists, then sometimes it's referred to as a persistent or post-concussive disorder, and if it lasts forever, which it seems to do in a small percentage of people for reasons we don't understand, we call it a persistent post-concussive disorder.
Okay. And the paperwork he was given, he was told to watch for signs, quote, as long as 1 year after the injury. Close quote. Why would someone be given that kind of a warning?
Again, I don't know, I didn't author that document. And I think we have to make a distinction between symptoms and consequences. So with brain injury, one of the rules of thumb is that symptoms are most present at the time of the injury, and over time those symptoms will typically remit. Consequence is different. The consequence is whatever the impact of those symptoms might be, and over time for some people, consequences cause increasing dysfunction and increasing impairment in their lives as those symptoms disrupt their relationships, their ability to work, the quality of their emotional regulation. So again, I think what they were cautioning him is he may still see some consequences over time. We wouldn't expect, again, the majority of people with mild brain injury within a year to a year and a half are better.
Okay. Did you do neuropsychological testing, paper and pencil testing in the interviews? Well, let's just take the paper and pencil testing. Did you do neuropsychological testing on Terry Sanderson?
We did a full battery of neuropsychological tests looking at his abilities. So abilities are defined as those innate differences among us. Some people have better memory, better speed of processing, better attention or organization. I looked at his knowledge, what does he know? And finally, I looked at his skill, and skill is a verb, skillfully doing things, which he was having trouble with. It's not a noun, it's not reading skill. So that's how I frame the assessment, and the tests aren't used to prove or disprove brain injury. They're not capable of doing that. They're designed to look at how he functions relative to people in the general population, or how he might function relative to people with his academic and vocational background. And in particular, in this man's case, because I was seeing him quite some time after the injury, I already had an indication, he'd been tested a number of times before, that his problems were more behavioral, emotional regulation, frontotemporal kinds of problems. I didn't expect them to show up on the neuropsychological testing.
You know, I'm looking at your test evaluation here. It's dozens of pages. Dated May, well, I think it's a date evaluation May 7 and 8, 2020.
Correct.
So about 3 years ago.
Correct. And quite a bit of time after his accident.
Yeah. His accident was February of 16. So about 4 years later.
Correct.
Now, generally, Dr. Goldstein, your experience, when do you know that a person's condition is permanent in terms of time? What's the rule of thumb?
What's the condition?
Yeah, in other words, if a person isn't better in 4 years, what does it tell you about his condition?
Again, I don't mean to be difficult. Are we talking about brain injury?
Yeah, brain injury, I'm sorry.
Oh, if we're talking about brain injury, by 2 years out, you can compensate, you can learn strategies to function better, but in terms of recovery of the brain, it probably won't happen.
Okay. You know roughly how many tests you gave him?
Depends what you define as a test. He was
Neuropsychological test.
Well, he was asked to complete a number of self-report measures.
Okay.
Some people call those tests, I don't.
Okay.
He was asked to complete a number of face-to-face measures. Those are tests. Probably about a dozen to 15. There was one he became quite stressed that looks at his ability to process information, and we didn't do it because he became distressed about it. I think we did one measure to look at his what's referred to as effort.
Okay.
Whether he's making effort, is he malingering or dissimulating? I didn't have any indication he was doing that. And the battery of tests is designed to look at his abilities, his knowledge, and then for someone in his circumstances, how skillfully he can use those two to solve whatever problems I put in front of him.
Now, you mentioned malingering. Do competent neuropsychologists, when they do a test battery on someone like this, particularly someone who's involved in litigation, okay? I don't think I don't know what stage this was in at 4 years, but are there tests built into tests to test validation? Validation, is it a valid response?
There are two kinds of, we call validity measures, meaning is the person making decent effort? One kind are standalone, they're specifically designed for that. I administered one of those measures to him. He passed 100%. There are others that are embedded within a test, meaning the test was designed for one thing, but I'm going to use it to look at something else. I'm not a big fan of those. And the way you use those, if the person performs more poorly than 99% of people, you raise some questions about whether they're making adequate effort or trying to make a mountain out of a molehill of their problems. But in Mr. Sanderson's case, in none of the previous assessments, 2 psychologists, a speech pathologist, and my assessment, no one's ever raised the question that he's not making effort. The question that's been raised is why he's so repetitive, why he's so obsessive. There's never been a question raised that he's not intellectually brighter than most people, that he doesn't have advanced academic knowledge. None of those issues have ever come up.
Bottom line, did you see any evidence of malingering, not making sufficient effort, okay, factitious disorder?
Seeking secondary gain.
Secondary gain, any of that?
No.
Nothing?
No.
Did you review the reports of Drs. Fong, Gibby, and Bain?
Yes.
Okay. Did you review the reports at some point of Drs. Eastwold and Ashkenazi, psychologists, hired by the defense?
I read them, yes. I wouldn't consider them reports. They are record reviews.
Record reviews, right. Did you review the record reviews of Dr. Black, Dr. Eshley, and Dr. Hosch?
Yes, they're physicians, so I don't take exception with their opinions.
Now, I'd like to ask you a question. Based on what you've just told the jury, you have enough information about this case to answer these 3 questions. I won't ask you for the answer here. Well, frankly, can you tell me, based on your review, the things you've just told us about, what are the 3 most important things about this case that stuck out to you?
Sure, and I think I suggested to you that because human beings are complicated and lots of information comes at jurors, that when I testify, I'd like the jury to remember 3 things.
Okay, now you're giving my secret. I want the jury to think I'm smart, not that I'm dumb. Okay?
And
so tell me what those 3 things are that you think are important for them to understand.
Sure, and the first one involves common sense.
Okay.
Not to leave your common sense at the door because experts are offering all of these opinions.
Yeah.
Mr. Sanderson may have had pre-existing issues with his health, with his mood, with his brain, but there was, based on the records, an acute adverse change in his behavioral and emotional functioning. And initially it appeared to be a consequence of his physical injuries. He was in pain and quite a lot of pain, but over time it became apparent that it was more than just him being disrupted by pain. And that were it not for that particular accident, the life he was living in the 6 months to a year before, that I think the jury has heard about, would be the life he would continue to be living. So there was an acute change, not something slow and insidious over time, characteristic of Alzheimer's or white matter disease or any other progressive illness in the brain. That's one.
What does acute mean?
Happens very quickly.
Okay. What's number 2?
Number 2 is that these pre-existing vulnerabilities he had don't explain the acute change and now the long-term change in his behavior and functioning. That this is an acute, rapid downturn, and maybe he was, and I use the term, an eggshell plaintiff who was asymptomatic, and maybe those vulnerabilities, as a consequence of his injuries, made it harder for him to recover, made him more symptomatic than other people. I don't necessarily can tell you that for sure, but I can tell you that the problems he had before, his mood, his anxiety, his personality style, are not the reasons he's struggling today.
So they don't explain what he's got today, those prior things.
They don't explain the acute change in his functioning and the adverse pattern of emotions and behavior and communication he presents with in everyday life.
Okay, what's number 3?
He's not malingering. He's not, malingering means you're just faking and you know it. He's not dissimulating. Dissimulating means you're making a mountain out of a molehill. You have a little problem, and in an effort to recover or obtain some secondary gain, you make it seem like it's a bigger problem. And nowhere do I see his problem as lack of effort. He has diligently gone to the treatment providers that have been recommended to him. I know his treating neuropsychologist very well. She's an exceptional therapist, and he makes very little progress with her because of his problems.
Okay. Short tutorial, please. And you've already covered some of this, but tell the jury from a standpoint of a neuropsychologist, what is a closed head brain injury? What is an MTBI? You've heard that. With a small m and then a capital TBI.
So it's an injury to the brain that hasn't cracked the skull and doesn't tear the dura. The head is still intact, but the brain has been injured. And I can offer a little foundation if you'd like to explain how that happens.
Please.
So the brain is connected to the spinal cord, and it just kind of floats around. And the skull evolved to protect the brain from blows like this over millions of years, not just in our species, but in earlier species. So the skull absorbs a lot of force when you're hit over the head. And that was primarily the kind of brain injuries people had until we started moving fast in vehicles. And now most of injuries that people have are acceleration, deceleration, or turning and twisting, and not so much something hitting the brain from the outside. The front of the brain rests on the cribriform plate, which is a bony part of the brain that lets the brain fit very nicely. And if the brain is moving 40 miles an hour and suddenly stops, the brain inside your head goes like this, twists around, and it rubs up against the skull, and you get particularly frontal injuries that lead to disruption in behavior, in mood regulation, in emotional regulation, in socialization. It's pretty classic and fairly common in those kinds of acceleration injuries.
Is that called a frontal lobe damage?
It's called a frontal lobe injury, that's correct. And the brain is probably 120 billion moving parts. It's not like a computer. Each part may be connected to up to 50,000 other parts. At any given moment, one brain cell might be communicating with 5,000 other brain cells simultaneously. We don't understand really how the brain works, and we absolutely don't understand how the mind works. The mind is this abstract creation of the physical brain, and as I've testified in my deposition, I think Terry's problems today are equally reflective of his mind and his thinking and his obsessions as they are of damage to his brain.
Now, let's suppose, I'll hold my hand out here, and cuffed, see that? That's the skull, and inside my fist is the brain, okay? My knuckles are the front. If someone gets knocked down on a ski run and falls down and hits the snow hard, okay, is the brain going to slosh forward sometimes and strike the inside of that skull?
I'm going to first have to state that I'm not an accident reconstruction expert.
Okay.
I can tell you that any acceleration, deceleration of the head will lead the brain like a rubber ball inside a jar of liquid to bounce around. But I can't testify that the forces that were incurred in this accident were sufficient to damage the brain. That's beyond my expertise.
Okay. But you've seen people that have had injuries like that, is that correct?
Correct.
That has a sudden deceleration.
It's the most common kind of injury, and unfortunately, up until maybe 100 or 150 years ago, if you had a brain injury, you died. So the brain really has no way of repairing itself as far as we're aware, and the brain has no temp agency, meaning if one part of the brain is damaged as an adult, another part of the brain doesn't step up and rewire, and that's very nice pop psychology, but it really doesn't apply, especially in adults. Now in children it may to some extent, but not in adults.
Now, we've heard the term post-concussion syndrome. Is that also one of the words or expressions that's used to express mild traumatic brain injury?
Yes, a mild traumatic brain injury is the equivalent of concussion. If your brain injury is more severe, meaning you have a bleed, you're unconscious for longer periods of time, we typically don't refer to that as a concussion. We refer to that as a moderate to severe brain injury.
In your experience, are people required to have loss of consciousness to have a mild brain injury or a post-concussion syndrome?
No. It's not just my experience,
Yeah.
it's the standard in the field.
Okay, so you've studied this, and that's something you know personally.
I know it from my clinical practice, I know it from my training, I know it from my qualifications, which are, I think, the 3 requirements for me to sit here on the stand.
I'd like to ask you about your opinions in this case. You've already given some. You don't want to be repetitive here, but on February 26, 2016, did Terry Sanderson have a concussion? In your opinion?
You're asking for my opinion or my review of the records?
View of the records and your opinion.
The review of the records demonstrated he had a concussion.
Okay. Did this result in a traumatic brain injury?
His behavior over time and his treatment by others and his continued treatment today argues that it has.
And I think you've already talked about the cause. Do you believe, what was the cause in your opinion? I'm not asking who hit whom, but the cause.
The cause of his concussion?
Yes.
The forces his brain was exposed to during that event.
Now, you have noted in your deposition, you were asked a lot about his high test scores. We talked about that a little bit. Many areas, Terry scores exceptionally high, okay, on measures of intellectual experience and achievement. Is that inconsistent with having a brain injury of the kind you described?
No.
Explain that.
Well, let's look at the foundation of what you've just asked. If an IQ test or a memory test or a measure of list learning told you everything you needed to know about everything the brain does, that would be fine. But we find that neuropsychological tests tell us something about everyday life, but they fall far short of telling us the majority. And in his case, individuals with this kind of frontal injury, and again, he may have been an eggshell person waiting to have a problem, but individuals with his kind of an injury typically have intact neuropsychological testing. You can't look at his IQ scores and argue his IQ is normal, therefore he hasn't had an injury. And the other side of it is maybe his IQ is even higher and now it's just high. Maybe he's lost IQ. I'm not testifying to that because I don't think he's lost intelligence, or I don't think any of the neuropsych testing really demonstrates the problems he has from this accident. The problems he has from this accident are orbitofrontal, emotional regulation, behavior, socialization, impulsive responding, the kinds of stuff that you better understand if you follow someone around for 2 weeks. But I'm rarely afforded that opportunity.
How does, let's suppose that an individual like Terry or others have pre-existing problems. Let's say they get angry a little bit too easily, okay? So they have pre-existing issues, psychological, irritability, let's say. You know. How does a traumatic brain injury, as you have described, affect those pre-existing problems in your experience?
It accelerates them.
Why?
It irritates them. That's a good question, but we see it in dementia, in Alzheimer's patients as well. As they age and as their brain begins to have more problems, their good qualities seem to fade away, and whatever adverse qualities they had in life seem to be amplified. We don't really understand why that is. Could be something to do with the mind as opposed to the physical brain. But it's true, if someone had a history of depression and they have a brain injury, odds are whatever depression they experience after, either from the brain injury or from experience, will be worse, and it will be harder for them to recover. If they had pre-existing ADHD, if they were impulsive and inattentive before, it would be harder for them to recover. Any vulnerability seems to be one that will increase your vulnerability to be more symptomatic in a brain injury and decrease your ability to recover.
All right, thank you. Now, with respect, there's a VA record, and it's been mentioned in this trial so far. February 2, 2016, roughly 4 weeks, give or take, prior to the ski accident. And Terry Sanderson says in that record, I feel like an old man. And I may not be quoting that absolutely correctly. Is that relevant to this case, and does it affect your opinions in any way? Explain.
It doesn't affect my opinions.
Okay.
It reinforces my reasons for not questioning providers. It reinforces my reasons for why an evaluation has to require some face-to-face interaction. Because here we sit trying to understand what this man meant by that statement, and we try and piece together context. Oh, they were discussing his weight or his exercise or his age. But in the end, we really don't know. And for me, for a 70, what was he at the time, a 70-year-old man, to say I'm starting to feel a little old.
73.
Say he was 73 at the time?
Well, at the time of, well, see.
When he was
69. 69.
Yeah, he was 69.
Yeah.
So it wouldn't be unexpected for him to tell his physician, you know, I'm starting to feel a little old, I'm slowing down. We don't know what took place. Maybe the physician then said, well, are you skiing less? And Terry would have said maybe no. Are you doing less volunteer work? Maybe Terry would have said no. We weren't there. And my experience as a provider, because I spend the majority of my time working with people, is I don't write everything down. I'm not, every case is not a forensic matter in which I make note of every indication. They could have had a long conversation about the fact that, yeah, he was feeling old, but he was still doing all the things he did before. I don't know.
Let's suppose that the context, and we'll see this later, but in that same visit, he says, I'm eating out too much, I'm not exercising enough. Is that significant?
Significant of what?
To connect why he's feeling old.
You're going to have to ask him,
Okay.
because again, I don't know the context with which he offered those opinions.
All right. But that could be relevant, could it not?
It could be relevant to his post-accident problems?
No. Why he's feeling old on February 2.
Oh, I see. You're making a cause and effect connection. He's not exercising, he's not eating, and therefore he says, it's an indication I'm getting old. I don't have the energy to do what I did before, but I'm not depressed, which I think is something else was mentioned. Yeah, it could be relevant.
And he has a plan to deal with it.
He has a plan to deal with it according to what he tells the physician, yes.
I read in the 2010 article something about, and this was dealing with neuropsychological assessment of the orbital and ventromedial prefrontal cortex. Those are a lot of complicated words. I'm a simple country lawyer. Explain to me what that means.
Front of the brain.
Okay? Very simple. All right.
Very simple. There's different parts of the front of the brain, but it's the front of the brain. The last evolving parts of our brain, the most recently evolving parts of our brain, and older animals don't have very big frontal lobes. They evolved later on, and they're the seat of rationality. So they're the logical parts of the brain, as opposed to the middle parts of the brain, which are more emotionally driven. Babies are born like Klingons. 2-year-olds look like they have bipolar disorder because it's the middle of the brain that runs the show for them. And maturation is about the front of the brain both myelinating, the nerves growing sheaths so they fire properly, but also about acquiring the knowledge to think before you act and not just always brain dance, which is a term I use, to act just on emotion.
Now, if this article hypothetically says that paper and pencil tests of these areas do not capture the range of real-world abnormalities exhibited by these patients. These tests don't capture the real-world abnormalities exhibited by these patients. What does that mean to you, and is it significant in this case?
Well, it's significant in this case, and it's what I've just testified to, and that is, and you're using the term paper and pencil, I would prefer to say the battery of neuropsychological tests, not the questionnaires completed by family members, because one of the things I do as part of an assessment is I always want to talk to a family member, if it's the parent of a child or a teacher or a spouse, because particularly in this kind of a problem, the way the person sees themselves is often not the way other people see them, and that person is often confused about why other people don't want to talk to them or be with them or respond the way they do to them because their insight is limited. Another limitation of a front of the brain injury.
Okay. You were asked about the VA assessments done, I think before and after Terry's ski collision, ski crash. Are your opinions in contradiction with those of the VA people that looked at him? Why or why not?
Looked at him immediately following the accident?
Well, yeah, within the next year and a half.
No, they're relative to this matter, I don't have any opinions about his other medical problems, but relative to this matter, they're not different, no.
Okay. In your opinion, what effect did the ski collision and what happened to him there have to do with his stress and anxiety?
Well, I think two things happened to him. I think one, that, and we've already talked a little bit about it, this was a man who was talkative, boisterous, a little over the top at times, and that pattern, because of his frontal lobe injury, accelerated to the point where after 15 minutes, it's hard to have a conversation with him because he's repetitive and goes around in circles, and he's very bright and very intellectual if you're discussing some intellectual matter, but when you're discussing his state of affairs, his personal life, he obsesses about it. And the second thing I think that's happened to him is his mind, meaning the way he comes to think about what's happening to him in his life. And some of that may be from brain injury, some of that's just his lifetime personality style, but he has become obsessed with trying to return himself to the level of functioning he perceived he had before this accident. And I make no judgment.
What now? Say that again.
His assessment of the life he had before.
He's obsessed with getting back to that.
He's obsessed with getting back to that. He and I had a discussion that not every problem he encountered in everyday life, when he couldn't remember where he put his keys, not every problem was a consequence of injuries suffered in this accident. Some of that was just normal aging. For me, the primary consequence was his emotional and behavioral regulation, and then the impact it had on his mind, his perception of who he is and who he was. From his view, he is not the person he was. From his view, he has lost Terry Sanderson. And this is what he said to me at one point when I interviewed him.
Okay, now, is there any cure for a concussion? Is there any cure for a mild traumatic brain injury?
cure meaning a treatment that makes it get better?
Yeah.
Not as far as I'm aware. No, there are treatments that can help you recover acquired knowledge, which is different from ability. There are activities that could help you make more of whatever you have, improve your memory, as it were. But we don't really know of any way to force the brain to heal itself. Again, as I've testified, it's not an arm or a leg. Evolution doesn't afford the opportunity by natural selection for people whose arms were injured and healed better to then have offspring, and others who didn't to not have offspring. In this case, people with brain injuries up until just recently in history died. So the brain doesn't really know how to heal itself.
Now, this kind of a mild traumatic brain injury, is it going to show up on every MRI you do?
No.
Why?
Well, from my view, the MRI is like looking at the moon with binoculars.
Okay.
You're not looking at a cellular level. You're not evaluating how brain cells fire, how many dendrites are connected to how many other dendrites, how axons work. I think Dr. Gibby testified some to that. But again, we're talking about a system of over 100 billion moving parts.
Does Terry seen a psychologist at the VA, well, I don't know if it's the VA or not, named Sievers? Are you aware of that?
Terry sees Dr. Sievers. She's a board-certified neuropsychologist. She sees him in counseling. Dr. Sievers works for Intermountain Healthcare, and she works with brain-injured patients as a therapist.
Does that kind of therapy help?
Your Honor, may we approach? Sure.
Thank you. You can stretch your legs.
Your Honor, if I may, you know, I usually come back. I'm doing a TED talk tomorrow.
Okay. All right.
So if it's, I don't have any flex, I can come back Friday.
The Seaver, do we need to address it any further? Are you going to go into it anymore, Mr. Sykes?
all I was gonna ask him to do in the first place was, this neuropsychological treatment help Terry cope. That's it.
Are you gonna go into it anymore
No.
by name?
No.
Sieverts by name?
No.
Okay,
That's totally.
okay,
So we want to get done with the doctor today.
right.
And he wants to, and I'm sure Bob wants to. All we're asking for is equal time. So if he's been going,
1 hour
certainly,
so far.
did you verify that, or is that just?
I had it written in my notes, 2:45 is when we started.
Okay, I believe you. And
Let's not forget, Your Honor, that we wasted an hour, almost an hour.
No, we're not talking about that, we're talking about
I
this.
know, we wasted an hour and a half.
Don't conflate the two. We can deal with that issue if you like, but what I want to do is, on a pragmatic level, figure out how to complete this witness.
so let's just hear a commitment, like I'm gonna take 5 more minutes, or I'm gonna take 10 more minutes. But certainly we gotta take over by 4. If we take over by 4, we'll be okay. Is that fair? Sure.
All right, so if you can wrap up by 4 o'clock, Mr. Sykes, will be good. We'll get the jury in here as quickly as possible.
I mean, this is one of my most important witnesses, and we're short because of what happened this morning. That's the problem. You know, so I'm trying my best to do it, I really am,
Okay.
you know.
Would you let the other bailiff know that as soon as the jury is ready to bring them in? Thank you. reflect parties and counsel are present, may be seated. Members of the jury are all here. We're on our last stretch of the day. Mr. Sykes, you may proceed.
Doctor? Excuse me, I'm going to skip a bunch of this stuff here. And talk about in May of 2020. And I'm referring, if you want to go to page 29 of your report. You listed a lot of problems there. Excuse me. Would you mind telling the jury, as of May 2020, your assessment of Terry's problems? Tell the jury.
His problems in everyday life?
Yeah. As mentioned on page 21 of your report.
Do you want me to read from the report, or do you want me to just tell you what I thought?
Tell me what they are.
Well, at the time, it was my opinion that there was a significant and acute adverse change in this man's everyday life. That a particular event, either the experience of it or the physical trauma ensuing as a consequence of it, had caused a significant change in this man's, in this man's everyday life. And it manifested itself primarily as a change in his behavior.
Well, identify the problems that you wrote there. Or, tell you what, I'll just read them and ask you if this is one you identified.
Sure.
Difficulty remembering important things to do.
Yes.
Difficult remembering names of people.
Right. Again, these are the things he reported to me.
Yeah. Staying involved in activities due to fatigue.
Yes.
Cognition problems.
He reported that to me. Yes.
Attention problems.
Yes.
Memory problems.
Yes.
Frustration.
Yes.
Learning new information.
Yes.
Meeting daily responsibilities.
Yes.
Health maintenance.
Yes.
Excessively talkative.
Yes.
You observed that, didn't you?
Yes.
Yeah. Understanding directions.
Yes.
Switching attention from one stimulus to another.
Yes.
Depression.
Yes.
Now, are there any other problems that come to your mind of what you found or observed in your May 2020 evaluation?
Well, again, the list you just provided was what he told me, and I tried to help him understand that some of those items on the list I thought were a consequence of his brain injury. Some of them I thought were a consequence of how his mind was processing what was going on in his life.
Okay.
And some of those I thought were just the process of normal aging. That there wasn't any indication that he couldn't learn new information. He thought he couldn't learn new information.
Right. You gave him your executive function test, right?
That's the questionnaire that he filled out, but he also took a number of other face-to-face measures during testing. Sure.
What percentile did you rank him after looking at everything that he answered in your own evaluation? I'm talking about page. Anyway, do you remember the percentile you gave him?
Sure, and just as foundation, this is an instrument that he fills out. Mm-hmm. It asks questions about strategy, how you manage attention, manage your emotions, whether you start things, how you plan. So it's his self-report. There is, and you asked me about validity measures, there is a check in there. I developed this instrument. It's used very widely.
It's used worldwide.
It's used all over, yeah, in multiple languages. There's a check in there to see if someone's over-reporting, making themselves look too good, or under-reporting, trying to make themselves or look too bad or look too good. He didn't indicate that. Based on his self-assessment, he was in the bottom 16% for individuals of his age matched for the census. So we matched to the census because we want to wash out differences in terms of education or ethnicity or where you live in the country.
So this is a man who was a former captain in the U.S. Army. He ran an eye clinic, ran 2 clinics in southern Idaho, optometry clinics. and he's in the 16th percentile.
Right, low
Executive-
average.
For executive function.
Low average, again, based upon his self-reports compared to a normative sample.
And I want to ask you, we're going to have Terry in here day after tomorrow. He's going to testify. I'd like you to talk to the jury about what, and this is the, I'm going to end with this, the kind of things we might expect to see. And I'm just going to ask you about some of these things. I'll ask you to define some for the jury because they won't know what it means, okay? Some of them won't. And then tell me if we're going to see that with Terry's testimony and why. Perseveration. First of all, what is perseveration?
So, I don't mean to be unresponsive, but you use the word see. What you will see is a good-looking gentleman of 76 years of age. He will be dressed appropriately. His hygiene will be good. He will present himself as very normal. He clearly, from some of the things he will say, it'll reflect an intelligent person. That's what you will see. What you will hear is a challenge in a variety of ways. It is his ability to stay on task, to answer the questions, not because he's evasive, but because he's obsessive in his thinking. To come to your question, perseveration means you go over something again and again and again, and Terry will tell you that. I just feel like I have to tell you again, even though you tell him, I got it, you've already told me 3 times. It's not enough for him.
Inappropriate repetition.
Correct, inappropriate repetition. Inability to take the perspective of the other person and appreciate, they already got this, I can move on.
Is the jury likely to see that with him?
Yes.
And what about overly talkative?
I think we're the time we're supposed to take over, Your Honor.
All right, we'll let you finish this line of questioning. Go ahead.
That's all I'm doing. How about overly talkative?
Yes.
Okay. How about irrelevant?
Irrelevant in the sense that you'll ask him a question and his answer will be unresponsive. His answer will be about something tangential to whatever the question is.
How about indirect answers?
Indirect meaning he has to go to China to get across the street?
Yeah.
He may do that, yes.
Is that a frontal lobe problem?
Yes.
Are all these frontal lobe problems?
Yes.
What about digression? What is digression, and are they likely to see that?
The colloquial is I digress, meaning we're discussing a particular topic and suddenly I'm talking about something else.
Yeah. All right. Confabulation. First of all, define for the jury confabulation. And are we likely to see that?
Well, some people call that honest lying,
Okay.
meaning you're not telling the truth, but you really believe you are.
I would like to see that with Terry.
You could very well see that with Terry, yes.
Is that a frontal lobe problem?
It's a frontal lobe problem.
Combativeness.
I'm afraid we're just gonna keep going.
But the judge has made a ruling.
I have, and you'll get equal time.
Combativeness.
I don't know in this environment he'll be openly combative. I think he has enough self-regulation that he'll respect the order of the court and the judge. I don't think he'll argue with you or be inappropriate in his behavior. I think what the jury will see is what appears to be a very normal man.
Lack of insight.
Yes.
Is that a frontal lobe problem?
Yes.
Okay, and that means, in respect to Terry, inability to see what other people are seeing.
I think in the end, his inability to take the perspective of others, we sometimes call that theory of mind, to understand what someone is thinking or what they're feeling. He has a difficult time doing that. He can do it for brief periods, and then he forgets it, and he goes right back to where he was.
How about missing the central point?
It depends what we're talking about.
Okay.
If we're talking about eyes, given his vocational history, he very well understands the central point in visual issues. If we're talking about the reasons for his challenges in his behavior, he doesn't get it.
Okay. And I don't know if I ever got this out. Is neuropsychological counseling important? This is my last question. Is neuropsychological counseling important for Terry? Will he benefit from that?
Yes.
Okay. And just how will he benefit from that? What's the benefit going to look like?
Someone to talk to that he believes understands him, and hopefully along the way helps him come up with some solutions to be happier and live a little more functionally.
Thank you for coming, Dr. Goldstein. That's all I have.
Defendant, Mr. Egan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Hello, Dr. Goldstein.
Good afternoon.
It's good to see you again. You testified previously that you've read the depositions of the daughters of Mr. Sanderson. Is that correct?
I believe I testified to that in my deposition, yes.
Right. And in that reading, do you recall reading that Jenny, the youngest of the daughters, did not feel loved or nurtured by her father growing up?
As we sit here, I don't recall it, but I don't have any reason to disagree.
Okay. And then, did you read that Mr. Sanderson was domineering and emotionally and verbally abusive to Jenny and her mother, Tana?
That was in the deposition, yes.
Okay. And then, Mr. Sanderson placed a strong emphasis on discipline. Do you remember reading that?
Yes.
And that he became frustrated if his expectations were not met?
Yes.
And that this is all before the accident, correct?
Correct.
And he, after Jenny graduated from high school, she and her father did not speak for 13 years. Do you recall reading that?
Correct. And I think he currently has some disagreement with her as well.
Okay, yes. And Mr. Sanderson is controlling and relentlessly tries to mold Jenny. Do you remember reading anything like that?
Yes.
Okay. And that he oversteps boundaries that she sets?
Yes.
In the report that you provided that has been referenced a little bit here, you go over the records that you reviewed and found significant. You put them in a kind of long document where you describe what you found in those records, correct?
Correct. Sometimes I quote them exactly and I put quotations. Sometimes I paraphrase.
Right. And and by the way, do you have your report there with you?
I do.
And then do you have your deposition transcript as well?
I do.
Oh, you do? Oh, great. You're very prepared. Thank you.
I am.
And so on page 5, I guess it's page 4 and 5 of your report, which is an exhibit to that deposition, I noted that there were just 2 records that you noted pre-incident. One on July 30th, 2013, and then one on March 6th, 2015. Do you see that?
Correct.
Okay, and then I wanted to return to this testimony I think you offered earlier that, and correct me if I'm offering a misunderstanding. I believe you said that the primary, or at least an important part of Mr. Sanderson's symptoms is emotional regulation problems. Is that correct?
Correct.
Would you say primary problem?
I don't know if I said primary, but it's in that constellation of frontal lobe problems.
Okay, and that's a really a big part of what he's struggling with. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and in some prior VA records, which I believe you read, correct? There were a lot of them, I understand, but...
So the VA records, I have a correspondence from October 8th, 2020 to Mr. Bueller. The VA records were provided to me after I evaluated Mr. Sanderson, but before you took my deposition.
Okay, got it. And so in those records, for example, this one's date stamped VA1131. I don't know that you would have it right in front of you. Don't expect that, but I'm wondering if you recall this, given that you were focused on emotional regulation. There was a record, I believe, from 2009 in which a provider mentioned that the patient, Mr. Sanderson, mentioned that he had noticed he was easy to anger. Do you remember seeing records like that?
Yes.
And that he got angry at his girlfriend's children?
Yes.
Okay. And he became angry when he was discussing a family conflict.
Yes.
And that he would get angry and kind of defensive at first was his affect.
I don't remember that, but I'll take your word for it. But I remember the first part.
Okay, sure. And then another comment was the patient's desire to feel justified in his anger and stand up for his girlfriend was also discussed.
Yes.
You remember that?
Yes.
Okay, and then another record says, and this one is from, I don't know if you noticed, but these VA records are kind of hard to follow because they don't start with the date at the top. They're just kind of
A lot of times they're hard to obtain.
you know, scrolling. Yes, that is also true. So another record from 2009, the patient mentioned difficulty with anger management. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay. And then another note was that he has begun to speak more directly about how he is feeling, but he still struggles with self-disclosure. He's self-focused rather than other-focused. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And then for example, when asked how he feels, he often responds with, I feel that she is, and then there's an ellipsis. Do you remember that?
Correct. Yeah.
So the focus of the session was to help him identify his responses and the associated feelings and communicate those in less blaming ways. Do you remember seeing that?
Correct. To take responsibility for his role in whatever conflicts were occurring.
Right, right. And then another note, the patient noted that his interaction style and way of dealing with people often, quote, get him into trouble, and he would like to gain greater insight into his interpersonal difficulties. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Okay, this is all before the accident.
Correct.
In another session, he said he would like to address anger issues and interpersonal problems that he believes affect his interactions. Do you remember
Correct.
records like that?
Yes.
Patient also has a recent number of stressors which he appeared to minimize and is also denying significant depressive symptoms. Do you remember those sorts of things?
Correct. The latter is, again, an interpretation. We can go back and look at it. Sometimes clinicians perceive that a patient is more depressed than the patient reports, and then you have to try to decide what to do about that.
Right. Okay, I think we've covered those. There was another record beforehand which has already been discussed, that February 2nd, 2016 record, just weeks before the ski accident. Do you recall talking about that?
Yes.
I didn't see that in this note here where you noted things prior, but perhaps it's because you didn't have them.
Correct.
I will note, however, that the two that you did note are VA records.
Those are the ones I had.
Okay, so you just didn't have all of them.
However, I had them.
Okay, got it. And the February 2nd note, in addition to saying that he was getting old all of a sudden, it says that he no longer does things that he used to do. Do you remember that?
Correct.
Okay. And do you remember that he was retired for a number of years before the ski accident?
Yes. Yeah, 6-7 years at least.
Yeah, and so he wasn't managing a business and those sorts of things anymore, correct?
Correct.
He wasn't in the Air Force at that time.
Correct. He had no vocational responsibilities as far as I was aware.
Right.
He had maintained his license, he told me. He wasn't working.
Okay, got it. I believe you said that you're making no judgment, you have no opinion really about his prior function. You don't know what it was, correct?
Well, I know what it was to the extent that we've talked about it.
Okay.
But I'm not making any judgment as to the breadth and scope of the things we've just talked about. How it impacted his everyday life, I don't have any opinion other than what was reported to me, that it wasn't affecting his everyday life.
Right, and you said earlier maybe it was higher before the ski accident, correct?
Correct.
But his function also could have been the same and you wouldn't know, correct?
Correct.
Have you testified previously that Terry thinks he's the smartest guy in the room?
Yes.
And so any little deficit, whether it's from his accident or from something else or from normal aging, distresses him?
Correct. That's the mind part that I testified to earlier.
Right. And you say that relative to other people his age, he tests exceptionally well, I think is the words you used. Is that correct?
In terms of his intellect and neuropsychological abilities and academic achievement, and just basic functioning in a controlled laboratory setting, yes.
Right, and that is after the accident, correct?
Correct.
Did you see any neuropsychological evaluations before the accident?
I'm trying to remember. I think he had some testing before. I'm trying to remember, but I could be wrong.
Yeah. Okay.
I know he had a battery of tests in 2017, which would be after.
Right.
And he saw a speech pathologist. but I don't recall if, when he was scanned earlier, before that period of time, whether he had some cognitive testing or not. I don't
Right.
recall.
So you couldn't take the post-accident evaluations and compare them to prior ones. You didn't have any prior ones.
No, but I have no reason. What I did was look at his 2017 versus mine and didn't see any progression. So I don't have any reason to think that he has a progressive illness in terms of his brain functioning.
Right. And I think you've testified that his overall cognitive function is not significantly impaired relative to people of his same profile. Is that right?
It's not impaired, it's better.
Yeah. I believe you have also previously testified that it's important to diagnose a concussion as close to an accident as possible. Is that correct?
Correct, and preferably by a medically trained expert.
Right, and that's because the more time between the accident and the diagnosis, the more time there is for other contributing factors to kind of muddy your analysis. Is that correct?
Correct, particularly pain.
Right. And I guess while we're on that point, do you remember in that record that we've pulled up, there's a report from a Deer Valley person who responded, the first kind of responder to Mr. Sanderson, Whitney Smith. I think we'll hear from her later in the trial. But there was a box there in that report that said concussion, and it was not checked. Did you see that?
Correct.
Okay. And did you see anything in her report where she said he lost consciousness?
No.
Okay. And I think you've made this clear, but just in case it's not, you don't yourself have any opinion about whether there was a concussion. You're just deferring to the people that have diagnosed him in the records, correct?
Correct.
Right. And that would be the same as to sort of a post-concussive syndrome or persisting concussion symptoms, correct?
Well, that would be a little different.
Oh, okay.
Because the persistence would be based on reports of his or others in regards to his behavior. So when he sees me, the kinds of things he reports are consistent with people who have persistent post-concussion, meaning that small group of people who don't recover for reasons that we don't always understand.
Right, I see. It's because it's a little different because now you've actually evaluated him.
Correct.
Okay, but isn't it true that you don't have any opinion about who was responsible for the accident, correct?
Correct. I have nothing to do with the accident.
Right, I mean, you haven't read Ms. Paltrow's deposition, analyzed the evidence about the ski accident, anything like that, correct?
Correct. He could have slipped and fallen in the laundry room for all I know. Doesn't matter.
And he also could have had this concussion from himself causing the accident, correct?
Sure. And I guess anything's possible.
Sure. Did you note that, I think you actually previously testified that he actually reported feeling better a couple weeks after the collision, is that correct?
He did, yes.
And that over time, his psychological state became the much stronger driver of his problems than his neurological state, is that correct?
Correct. Just so the jury, if I may add, just so the jury understands.
You can explain that.
It's what we talked about a minute ago, the difference between what the brain injury caused him in terms of his frontal lobe or orbital frontal lobe problems with emotional regulation and anger. And here what we're seeing from the data you've provided is an exacerbation of those problems to a point where it's significantly disrupting his life. The second part of it that you alluded to is his mind. As time goes on, he's more and more unhappy and frustrated about what he perceives to be a significant change in his life.
And on that perceived to be point, you're taking this report from him, obviously. Seems like that's all you can do is hear his self-report and understand that he's reporting this change in function and this difficulty coping. Is that correct?
Correct. And I've read, for example, the deposition of the woman who was with him for 18 months before and then after. I think the jury has heard testimony about her opinions. But again, these kinds of problems can only be found in observation. We don't have neuropsychological tests for the kinds of problems that Terry experiences. It's real life that reflects that. And I think as the jury is hearing, he may well have had some of these kinds of issues before that accelerated after for reasons that I think are a combination initially of pain and a brain injury and his mind.
And to stick with his perception for a little bit longer, I believe you've testified before that the primary concern that he had about the accident, as he reported it to you, were the events after the collision. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, so he felt like he was abandoned on the slope, and he kind of obsessed about that. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that was driving anxiety and some of these other emotional difficulties.
At what point driving it? The day when I see him?
Yeah, at the point you were talking. Yeah, thank you for giving us
At the point I see him, it's multiple years after. And what drives it at that point is probably a combination of things, not just his perception that he was skied into and then the person who skied into him lacked remorse or didn't support him, or I think that was kind of his initial view of it. But over time, his perception of his dysfunction in his everyday life became a much bigger issue. I think if the person who allegedly skied into him apologized, I don't think it would solve his problems today.
Okay, so did you testify previously that from his view, because this person skied into him and didn't have the respect to stop and help him or acknowledge the problem, and as time has gone on, he's become increasingly obsessed with this entire issue?
Correct.
And that psychologically, that's his biggest problem right now. Obviously, that was not this moment in time.
Right now, meaning at the time I saw him. I mean, chronologically, I'm testifying about the time I saw him.
Right, just 2 years ago.
I have had conversations with him since then, but I haven't testified about those conversations.
Right. I believe you've testified before that he did not report to you that he had felt a sudden decline in cognitive function the weeks before the collision. Is that correct?
Correct.
But there was that record that we've gone over, and you hadn't seen it yet when you evaluated him about this change in being able to do things that he liked to do a few weeks before the collision. Is that right?
Correct, and probably would have been fortuitous had I seen it, because maybe I'd be better prepared to tell you what he would have told me about why he said it.
So I think you've also previously testified that this obsessing over the accident is kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. That's the quotation from your transcript here that I'm reading. Do you recall that?
Correct.
And you say, as time goes on, it maybe in part becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy because no one sits him down and says, hey, look, you had some of these problems before. The accident is a catalyst, but really not a primary cause of some of your difficulties, you know. Do you recall saying that?
Correct, and we were talking in that case about, for example, his reports of problems with memory or new learning, which, again, the test data suggests he's capable of doing those things.
Yeah, and then I believe you were aware of Dr. Fong's evaluation, correct?
Correct.
And Dr. Fong reported that she had received a report from Mr. Sanderson that he'd fallen a number of years after the accident, hit his head, and was unconscious for 45 minutes. Do you recall that?
Well, I was in court this morning when it came up, and as I sat in court, I did not recall it, and I don't recall that we discussed it in my deposition. And so I'd want to know the chronology of when that event occurred and the time I saw him.
So we could go to your deposition at page 58 and 59 is where we discussed it. So if you go to the bottom of page 58, you see where the question starts. You said
You're right. You're correct, yes. I apologize.
That. No, that's fine. So you'd read that this report had been made, but you had not received a report about that, correct?
Correct. He didn't tell me about it, and I didn't see any medical records reflecting it.
Right, and you thought that if it's that severe, if he was out for 45 minutes, that there should probably be a medical record, correct?
Correct, and we'd have to consider the possible contribution of that event to his problems. Again, the chronology, I still don't know when he saw Dr. Fong versus when he said he had that accident.
Yeah, I can profit you that it was at the time of Dr. Fong's deposition, he had reported it to her, and that was a few years ago.
But he reported it to her as occurring before the skiing accident?
After the accident.
After the
Do you
skiing
recall
accident?
that? Yeah.
Yeah, so that would be after the skiing accident. This sounds like a Laurel and Hardy movie here. But after the skiing accident, but before he saw me.
Right.
Okay, yeah, it's important information.
Yeah.
I really don't know anything about it.
And he did not tell you about it.
Correct.
Right. So it sounds like you made a couple recommendations, which you don't usually do, you said, correct?
Correct. I was asked to write a letter to his treater at the VA for him.
Yeah.
And I first checked with counsel, because I'm not a treater. Counsel indicated that would be fine, and I sent a letter, I believe it was in June of 2020.
And you recommended counseling for depression and anxiety, correct?
Correct.
And part of that was you thought that if you could get some of that under control, you'd have a better idea of actually what was going on with these problems, a better understanding of the cause, correct?
Correct.
Because it's still not totally clear.
Correct. A better understanding at least of the variables that were impeding him from at least returning in part to the life that he had, by his view, from before.
Right. And then you also recommended, I'm going to butcher this, it is cholinesterase?
A cholinesterase inhibitor. And your, one of your, I think, neuropsychology record reviewers questioned me about that. If you think someone has, so cholinesterase inhibitors, we think slow down the formation of plaques, which contribute to early aging of the brain. It's not clear that those plaques are the cause of dementia. Now we know maybe we were wrong about this, but they do slow the process down some. And so if his problems were in any way progressive, meaning he had vulnerability, he had an accident, excuse me, made him worse, but now it's going to continue progressing, the cholinesterase inhibitor was a reasonable prophylactic, something we might do just to protect him. There were no side effects from it. But recommending that doesn't mean that I thought his problems were from Alzheimer's.
You just thought, it may be from aging, so let's give him this just in case.
Just in case, right, sure.
Because you recognize that's a possibility.
Correct.
Right. If you previously testified that you do not have an opinion at all about the cause of plaintiff's injuries.
That's correct.
I believe you've testified before, and this maybe you've already gone over a little bit. Oh, do you need some more
Can
water?
I get a little more water?
Yeah, of course, we'll grab.
Thank you. Just a cup would be fine.
May I approach, Your Honor? You guys can give this man some.
Thank you very much.
Here you go. And by the way, I believe that Mr. Sanderson reported that the fall that we've been discussing that he reported to Fong was a result of dehydration. You just reminded me of that. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Okay.
I recall because I just looked at it.
Okay, so I think you previously testified that Mr. Sanderson's self-perception was based on his feelings and the conclusions he's drawn, not that you've drawn, but he's drawn about the cause of the accident, correct?
Correct.
And that his everyday functioning was not a function of lack of intellect or lack of memory capacity for his age or a lack of neuropsychological ability. Is that right?
Correct.
And you told him that over time that you felt like he had elevated himself to a point where any little thing, he had elevated, let me read this again, I butchered it. I told him that over time, I felt like he had elevated himself to a point where any little thing he had trouble remembering or doing was in his mind the trigger, immediately caused frustration, and was attributed to the injuries from the accident. Do you recall saying that?
Yes.
I believe you've also testified that over time, you say that maybe some of his problem is from aging, correct?
Sure, when you hit 70 your memory and other functioning can go down at an accelerated rate.
And that the bigger problem is his mindset about how his life has been affected, correct?
So let me just clarify.
Okay, but you did say that.
I did say that,
Yeah.
yes, and I'm just clarifying it within that context, not to be defensive, but that, as I've already testified, I think, you know, there's a brain injury and there's a mind injury. The mind injury is more emotional or psychological in the sense of what his mind chooses to think about those events and subsequently his life and what's happened. And what I suggested was that at that moment in time, if I could help his mind look at his life a little differently, then I think he could function quite a bit better. He could return to doing some of the things that he'd done before. I don't think it's going to change his personality style, which I think has been adversely affected, or at least as we've discussed it, amplified as a consequence of this frontal lobe injury.
I believe you've testified before that he has never told you that the issue is that for him is that Ms. Paltrow hit him on purpose. Do you recall testifying about that?
Yes.
So in other words, he never said, I'm mad, she did this on purpose, it's affecting me. Nothing like that, correct?
No. We've all been skied into at one point or another, living in Utah.
Yeah, and in fact, he said that he knows it was an accident.
Correct.
Right. And I think there was a little bit of discussion earlier about speeds. I think it was kind of a hypothetical. You have no opinion about how fast someone's going. You said 40 miles an hour, these kind of things. You don't know what it was on the slopes that day, right?
Correct. What I was offering was the nature of brain injuries today. I mean, if you were moving 50 miles an hour 300 years ago, you were falling off a cliff. So the brain, we didn't have those kinds of brain injuries. So it's a fairly new phenomenon to try and understand injuries to the brain that come from movement as opposed to adverse blows to the outside of the skull.
And this probably has been mentioned before, but Mr. Sanderson has been described by Craig Ramon, whose deposition I believe you've read, as someone that could talk to a wall for a few hours and have a pretty good conversation, something to that effect. Do you recall that?
Yes.
I sometimes worry that that says about me, but do you? And yeah, and that was before the accident, correct?
Correct. And again, we would, you'd have to ask the witness what he meant by that, because it could have been a perfectly cogent conversation.
Sure.
Where you just don't let anybody else speak, or it could have been a circular, irrational, confabulating conversation. And I think that's what's pointed out is he still speaks a lot, but now when he speaks in circles, and perhaps he didn't do that before.
Right, but you don't know he could have done that before.
Correct.
And because of his talkativeness and his anxiety, he actually had to come back and do a second and even maybe a third day evaluation with you. Is that right?
Correct, because he wouldn't stop talking.
Right, and that wasn't a typical process. Is that right? It's usually one day.
It's usually 1 or 2 days, but it's not uncommon for people with frontal lobe injuries.
Okay, to have 2 or 3 days.
Yeah, because they have to talk about everything.
I think I'm getting close to finishing here. I think you testified earlier that you focus in your practice on children and their psychology. Is that right?
In my clinical practice, yeah, 2/3. I think in my deposition I said it's about 50-50 for forensics, but in looking back on it, it's 2/3 in clinical practice at least. The adults I see tend to be in 2 categories: younger adults, people I followed growing up with genetic disorders, and then the other group are people with early onset dementia. So there is a more virulent form of dementia that people get for reasons we don't understand in their 50s, and they decline very quickly and typically pass away in just a few years.
And you don't. So is it fair to say you don't typically evaluate someone of Mr. Sanderson's profile?
In a forensic setting or in a clinical setting?
Let's answer both ways.
In a forensic setting, yes.
Okay.
In a clinical setting, not that often, because again, he goes to the VA, or people go to IHC, to their insurance provider. I'm an independent provider. So I might not, I could see somebody like him, but probably not.
Okay.
It's more likely that someone like Dr. Siebers would see him.
Okay. I think that's all my questions. Thank you, Dr. Goldstein. Appreciate the candor. Sure. I guess it's not.
No, it's ganging up. It's 2-on-1 here.
Okay. Oh, this is to clarify something that has come up a few times, but maybe the stratification, or I don't know if that's the right term, but the different categories of traumatic brain injuries. You've described Mr. Sanderson's as mild, but there are mild, moderate, and severe categorizations that people use. Is that correct?
Correct. And those categorizations, so the jury understands, typically refer to the damage done to the brain, not necessarily to the consequences of that damage. And it's a paradox in our field that often people with mild brain injuries report more everyday problems than people with moderate to severe brain injuries. We don't completely understand why that is. We can offer or proffer some ideas. Typically people with mild brain injuries go right back to their previous life, but are compromised and experience consequences. Moderate to severe brain injuries, typically people have a long period of recovery. They don't return to normal life. But we don't really understand. Again, I've been a bit wordy here. His problem is a mild brain injury based on a coma score, based on a cram score, based on his presentation at the scene, based on the fact his skull wasn't broken, he didn't have a brain bleed. It's a mild injury.
And I think you said earlier that the vast majority, I can't remember if you gave a percentage, maybe even 90% plus of these mild traumatic brain injuries usually resolve and don't have those persisting symptoms. Is that correct?
Based on patient report, that's correct. And we don't understand that 15 or 20%. Sometimes they have pre-existing problems that are exacerbated by their brain injury, making it harder to recover. Sometimes they're clean one owners, don't have any problem, and it's hard to explain. Sometimes they have other life stresses that intermix with their brain injury. Sometimes they have other issues that have nothing to do with their brain injury, and in particular, often they have chronic pain. And patients with chronic pain, over time, when it doesn't remit, will report a constellation of symptoms that are very identical to post-concussion. But it's pain-related.
When Mr. Sanderson has spoken to you about the accident, has he discussed whether his understanding of it comes mainly from Mr. Ramon, or whether he has specific memories of it himself?
I haven't had that conversation with him, other than he telling me every time I've spoken to him over the last 3 years that he just remembers somebody standing over him screaming at him. Even when I haven't asked him about it, he's told me about it.
I see. Okay, that's all I have. Thank you. Oh, and that was a male ski patrol or ski instructor?
I don't know who that was.
Okay.
I mean, he told me that's who it was, but I don't have an independent knowledge of who that person was standing over him.
Right. I figured.
That's what he told me.
And you don't know the sex of that person?
No.
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Sykes, any follow-up?
I've got a very good question. I think the jury's going home early tonight. Would appear. Dr. Goldstein, you and I had a discussion about whether Terry should be in the courtroom during this trial, did we not?
Correct.
What's your advice? What was your advice to Terry?
My advice was that he shouldn't be in the courtroom.
Why?
I think he would have trouble listening to people say things about him that he disagreed
I
with.
apologize for interrupting, but I'm just gathering what's going on. I believe this is beyond the scope.
It's sustained.
All right. Do you think Terry would have trouble being in the courtroom?
I believe that's simply the objection.
based on your knowledge of Terry, how does he take hearing criticism of himself?
Not well.
All right. Now, you talked about this fall. I think the only place you saw 45-minute loss of consciousness was in Dr. Fong's deposition. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. There are no other reports by Terry to anyone else about that?
Well, I don't know what I don't know.
Yeah.
I only know there are no other reports in whatever materials I've been provided with.
You've read. Okay. Are there any medical records that report it?
Not that I've seen.
Is that an example of confabulation where you think something happened but it didn't?
Could be.
Yeah. And tell the jury briefly what the and there's no medical records to support that as far as you know, right?
As far as I'm aware, correct.
Tell the jury briefly what the second injury syndrome is in brain injury.
Again, I believe this is beyond the scope.
Yeah, but I was shortened, Your Honor, by quite a bit.
No, I'm asking, I have a question. Does this question relate to the 45-minute report of loss of consciousness?
Yes.
Okay, overruled?
Go ahead.
So we're talking about a colloquial term, what happens to people who have an injury and then have another injury on top of that injury.
Yes.
Whether it's any part of the body.
Yes.
But here we're talking specifically about an injury to the brain and then a second injury to the brain.
Yes, later.
Yeah, the folklore is that the second injury will be more symptomatic, more impairing, harder to recover from because of the vulnerability created by the first injury. It's very difficult to do that research because it's hard to find people other than athletes who have chronic concussions over time. Now we're testing people like that. At some point we'll be able to demonstrate that their cognitive functioning after a second injury is more impaired than a first or a third or a fourth. And again, it's the nature of the injury. If your first injury was very severe and your next one was mild, that would be different than if it was vice versa. We just don't know.
Okay, lastly, do I have you mark exhibits? Yeah. Yeah, but do you have a sticker? Stickers?
Oh, no, I'm sorry, I do not have stickers. Those ones,
There's stickers.
I'm going to show you what I'm going to propose to be Exhibit 43, plaintiff's exhibit, and ask you to identify it before I move to have it prepared. Okay? So
Say 43?
43. And this is kind of marked up. I can substitute a clean copy tomorrow. But tell the jury what that is.
Mr. Sykes, can we also see it?
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's a cut and paste. Does the jury understand cut and paste? I think we all do nowadays. It's a cut and paste table from the computerized printout that's used to score the comprehensive executive functioning inventory, which is the questionnaire that I testified to that I've developed that is standardized on the general population. And I think we've briefly talked about it earlier. And it's, again, it's executive functioning, which we talked about even earlier, which is how you do what you do. So you get a single score, and it's made up of 9 different kind of behaviors that our research demonstrated are the 9 most common kinds of strategies or behaviors people use to function effectively in everyday life.
Okay, and this is your test that you developed and used worldwide,
It is,
and this is the report of it.
correct?
In your report that was circulated to everybody in the case, right?
It's in the body of my report. It appears on page 20 of my report. I don't know if my report's been admitted as a, it hasn't. Okay, so this is page 20 from that report. I don't remember how many pages that report is in total.
So, Your Honor, I move to have that admitted as Exhibit 43P. I should show you a copy.
May we approach, Your Honor?
Sure.
Exhibit 43P, illustrate and demonstrate your testimony about executive functioning.
I don't understand the question.
Does it, you talked earlier about some of these findings.
Correct?
Does this demonstrate the findings on executive function?
That we discussed on this particular instrument?
Yes.
Based upon Mr. Sanderson's self-reports?
Yes.
Comparing those self-reports to a census match sample?
Yes.
Of people his age and educational background?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, we would move to admit Exhibit 43 as a demonstrative exhibit.
May I see it?
And again, we would substitute. This one is all marked up by me, but we would give you a clean copy tomorrow.
Are you trying to admit the chart or the?
Just the chart, yeah.
So here it is in a clean copy, Your Honor.
All right. So the chart itself, not the narrative that's above the chart?
No, that too. That's part of it. But I would take that out if there's a problem with that. But this is illustrative of his testimony.
Yeah, I think it would be. It's like repeating someone's testimony in an exhibit. So I'll receive Exhibit 43P for demonstrative purposes, which is the part that's on the conditionally that you submit to the court clerk the table portion of it as Exhibit 43P.
And I will strike out the paragraph.
Correct.
All right, we'll do that tomorrow. Thank you.
The word received is different than the word admit. Intentionally, is that accurate?
It's received as a demonstrative exhibit. In that category, it's admitted as a demonstrative exhibit, both.
Okay, so we just object on hearsay grounds.
Okay, thank you.
I have one final question.
Excuse me, and the paragraph that is being excluded explains what the scores mean. So I have some concern that someone looking at this will not have any way of understanding it, but may just read this one classification, which isn't a good way of using the table, but I'll respect the court's decision. Paragraph explains what the scores mean.
Well, I've made my ruling. We can resolve this once the jury's excused.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
And one final question. You mentioned 15 to 20%, almost the last question asked by Mr. James over here. What do you mean by that? Is Terry in the 15 to 20% that don't recover?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. No further questions.
Mr. Egan?
Dr. Goldstein, you were asked about that Dr. Fong injury report, and then also this term that I'm forgetting, but it's supposed to describe how a second injury might, compound a first injury.
Right, it wasn't my term, it was counsel's term. I used that term.
Got it, okay. Do you recall in reviewing Mr. Sanderson's medical history that he had a head injury when he was 10 years old?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Anything else?
But after he was 10 years old, he functioned fairly well, did he not? Throughout his entire life until the ski accident.
I just object to foundation.
Sustained as to leading.
How did he function, based on what you know of him, from age 10 until age 69?
Function vocationally, personally, in what
all of the above.
He functioned like an accomplished individual who obtained advanced degrees, worked at a high level of white-collar work, was successful in business, married a number of times, had children. There was no indication that he was any different from anyone in the general population.
Okay, maybe superior to them.
In some areas, he was more advanced than them, yes. I wouldn't use the word superior.
More advanced, thank you.
Dr. Goldstein, I believe my last question is that all that information about marriages, work life, that kind of stuff, that's all from Mr. Sanderson's self-report, is that correct?
Correct. I haven't looked at his vocational history or his service records, or I can only rely on what he reports to me.
Okay, thank you.
No questions.
Okay. Any other witnesses for today, Mr. Sykes?
Well, we do, but there's not enough time, Treasurer. And I just want to keep the jury late, which I don't want to do. We can handle her in about 20 minutes, but we'll call her tomorrow. Okay?
Thank you. So we will recess at this time until 9 a.m. tomorrow. And I think if you arrive maybe 15 minutes early, that would be a good thing. Thank you. Oh, I'm sorry. I was thinking of something else, but let me just repeat an admonishment to you. Before we do recess for the day, I need to remind you of the following instruction. Please do not discuss the case with anyone, including other jurors. Please don't attempt to learn anything about the case outside of the courtroom, including from other jurors. Please avoid radio, TV, the internet, and newspaper reports on this case. Please keep an open mind throughout the presentation of the evidence. And finally, please don't form or express an opinion on this case until such time as it is finally submitted to you for deliberations. So have a nice evening. Thank you. Sure. Okay. You may. So looking at 43P, it's a demonstrative exhibit. So any use of this will, from this point forward, will be either a witness explaining what it means or counsel in closing argument explaining what it means, and they would have access, obviously, to the explanation information, so that at least the lawyer would understand how it's to be presented to the jury. Does that resolve any issues that we might have concerning? Are you concerned about this demonstrative exhibit? First of all, you're the one offering it, as the court has received it in terms of just the table portion.
Well, I think that the paragraph is explanatory of the table. I like to have the whole thing admitted as demonstrative.
But normally a demonstrative exhibit would be a chart or table that sort of summarizes and helps explain the testimony.
It seems like this is part of the charter table, and that's why. But Your Honor, if you're uncomfortable with it,
well, I just don't recall him saying any of that. That's in that explanation.
Yeah. Well,
in other words, it would be admitting hearsay as opposed to illustrating his existing testimony.
I disagree with that, but you have the black robe, not me, and so I think it helps explain the chart, and it should be in. It's not going to go back to the jury, apparently. It's demonstrative. I'd like to use it in closing argument, and so I think the whole thing should come in for that reason.
Okay. And what's the defense's position on it?
Yeah, Your Honor, I just echo what you said, which is that the paragraph, I believe, was not offered as testimony and would therefore be hearsay and should not be included.
Or the numbers.
Okay.
It also, I guess I could say also that Dr. Goldstein did not necessarily go through all of these numbers and explain the table. And frankly, I'm not totally clear on exactly all of what it means because we didn't go through it.
It wasn't even referenced until the very end.
Well, I guess I'm comfortable with the fact that he did adopt the table portion of this exhibit. Well, he adopted the whole thing, but I'm comfortable with the fact that he did adopt it during his testimony. I think that's sufficient to allow it to be used for demonstrative purposes. It was referred to generally throughout the testimony. And so if you can clean it up, take out the top paragraph, at least what you'll show to the jury from a demonstrative standpoint should just be the table, and the lawyers or other witnesses will do with it what they can.
But then, Your Honor, when that is shown as a demonstrative exhibit, we can explain what it says in the paragraph to how to read it, right? We're not prohibited from talking about the first paragraph. it won't be shown to the jury, but there's gotta be some explanation on how to interpret it.
I mean, if the lawyer, you're talking about closing argument?
Exactly.
If there aren't, I don't know the answer to that question until I hear the argument, but if the argument is supported by evidence that was admitted in court, you can certainly make the argument.
I do feel like we got broadsided on this, Your Honor. It was beyond the scope. I didn't know this was going to be suddenly like their centerpiece exhibit on the last 1 minute, or we would have talked a lot more about it. We can't just cut and paste a thing and as the last question say move to admit this. We shouldn't be able to do that with our expert either. He didn't go through this line by line.
Well, the decision was made, it was admitted. You did have the opportunity to recross on it, so the decision will stand. So, thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Dr. Goldstein.
Dr. Goldstein certainly could be released.
Can I weigh in for just one observation?
Sure.
What I worry about as the author of that instrument is that people will misunderstand it. And part of the reason we have so many columns there, some of them are numbers, some of them are verbal descriptions. We're looking at the same data in multiple ways, and I as the author of the instrument, I want to make sure that it's not misused. That's my only point. And even that paragraph above, to a lay person, doesn't provide enough explanation for why do you call that a weakness, or why do you say it's not a weakness, or I do think it requires some explanation.
Well, let me re-ask the question that the attorney asked you then. Do you feel as though this Exhibit 43P is illustrative of the testimony that you offered to the jury today?
Yes, because it reflects his self-reports about how he sees himself functioning in everyday life. It doesn't tell us why. It just tells us what he sees, what he reports.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks, Your Honor.
Well, it seems like we ought to ask one follow-up, which is maybe he doesn't want this accepted by the court without.
No, I'll leave it. I defer to the judge. I don't have a problem with it being used. I just want to make sure that if it's shown and numbers are cited, at least in the bottom 16%, that the jury has some idea of, well, what does that mean? And to me, it means his self-reports about his ability to do those kinds of things in everyday life are lower than the average person. And if that's what's said, I don't have a problem with it.
There was evidence submitted to the jury through your testimony that supports that position.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Anything else for Dr. Goldstein?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. You too.
We have two documents that we intend, and I think tomorrow morning might be better to supplement the binders is Defense Exhibit 112, so that's come in, and then 113A is a group of VA records that were referenced today. And
No, we didn't ask for them to be admitted. I just referenced them during cross.
So at some point we need like a long time to just do a move to admit, move to admit, move to admit. We don't even need it in front of the jury.
Nat, to do that first thing in the morning, or do you want to do it first thing the next day?
First thing the next day.
Well, they ought to look at 113.
Rushed again tomorrow, like we were today. We have some witnesses we need to get on.
I can do it after hours too. I can do it at 5 o'clock or at lunch.
Yeah, or do it early in the morning.
You just tell me. I do have a couple of things going on this week. Wasn't there an 8:30 hearing on one day? No, this week.
I don't know when.
Okay.
My brain stopped working, but I would like for tomorrow the witness lineup, please.
Mr. Sykes, witnesses for tomorrow.
Just so I'm clear, when I prepare Exhibit 43P tomorrow, can I leave the paragraph in? It's not going to the jury. Take the paragraph out. Okay, all right.
Witness lineup for tomorrow?
Yeah, get there. Okay. We're going to start out with a Lena Fong video deposition, which we had edited last night and today. It's probably at the office right now.
Have defense seen the edits, and are there objections?
Well, we haven't, Your Honor, but we would obviously like to see it. We have to see it.
And have there been counter designations?
We would like to make counter designations. I have looked at the transcript to make those, but that was before your ruling. So I would like to now go, given your ruling, and designate what we would like to do for our process.
And do you see all of that happening before 9 o'clock tomorrow?
It depends on when I get it.
Yesterday, sometime between 6 o'clock and 9 o'clock p.m., Pete Sorensen and Lawrence went through the entire deposition and struck out, I'm just guessing, about a third of it, or 40%, right?
Yeah, probably roughly about that.
Yeah. Every time that FMRI was mentioned.
Do you have a deposition, or, copy of the trial deposition with the markings on it, so you can provide it to the other side?
But
to show them what you were going to cut.
They would come by our office in an hour and a half or 2 hours and pick it up.
Could you send it electronically?
Probably within your office.
Probably, yeah.
I don't think we ought to kill ourselves to do this tonight, because don't we have other witnesses that can go tomorrow morning? I mean,
You asked me for my witness list, I'm giving it to you.
Let's hear it.
Alina Fong, Shay Harrith, 1 o'clock, 1:30, Richard Bain, that's also video, and then Polly Grasham, who was here today for twice. And at 4 o'clock, we'd like to call Terry Sanderson.
Okay.
Terry? Tomorrow.
Tomorrow afternoon. Oh, Mark Rath not available Friday. And then Friday, finish Terry Sanderson. And then call Mark, I think it's Harrith or Rath anyway. And then we would call Gwyneth Paltrow.
Okay.
That's Thursday and Friday.
And I'm not going to I guess if there's not enough time to deal with Fong tonight, because you've got, not only do you have to send them their designations, they need to create their counter designations, and then you need to create the tape from that, right?
What I got to take? And we struck out what Your Honor.
You think they're fine? You think that their counter designations will be in there?
Yeah.
Okay. And maybe it'll be that simple. Maybe it'll be that simple.
We haven't played games with this. No.
I'm not saying.
Let me finish. We're not trying to slip anything in the back door. You made your ruling, it's very clear. We disagree with it, by the way, but you made it. You have the black robe. And so we want to live by that honorably. And we took out, I don't think it's half. It might be half of that position. But it's a ton of stuff. Anything that mentioned FMRI, we took out.
And if that's the case, it'll probably be smooth for you guys, right?
This is James. So the problem is Bain. What do we do with the objections during Bain? Are you worried about this?
So Bain is another video, as they said, and I have not seen what they proposed to present.
Have they given it to you?
No, we have the video. We both have the full video, and maybe you guys are just assuming you're just planning to present.
There were no objections made.
There were a couple objections. What I was going to say is that I have not looked through that. My sense is that it's mostly okay, and it may well be that we just say, let's just show the whole thing, but I just haven't had time to go back and look at those objections and see if we wanted to raise them with the court. I can do that tonight.
If there's an objection, Judge, we can turn it to silent and move forward and leave it. I mean, it's not going to the jury. It's not like an admitted exhibit.
Right.
And so I hate to make ourselves crazy. We worked very hard last night, and I hired a guy who's a film editor, and we gave him the exact places to edit. So, I mean, we really worked hard, put a lot of hours on this and a lot of money, and, you know, we don't want them making counter designations of things that weren't objected to, you know. So if it's not objected to, they should come in.
I'll have to see what happens. It sounds like it's going to work out just fine. So if you can provide it to the other side and they can take a look at it and see if you have any objections, and if there are any counter designations that aren't included, then we'll deal with it as if we need to.
We'll be here at 9 o'clock tomorrow, right?
So it sounds clear Ms. Paltrow is not being called to the stand tomorrow. Is that accurate?
We'll be here at 9 o'clock tomorrow, starting with Fong.
Let's talk about time here for just a minute. Because the Fong deposition hasn't been, if it's solidified and you're fine with it, then please email the clerk and say we're fine until 9. If you're not fine with it, then we need to come back maybe at 8:30 and resolve and iron out any issues that may exist.
Ms. Paltrow is not being called tomorrow to the stand. Is that true?
No.
She's not on the list, so she doesn't have to be here.
And the plan is for plaintiff to rest on Friday. Is that true?
Is that what you hope to do, Mr. Sykes?
I hope there's no more examples like today where we get thrown a curveball at 9 o'clock in the morning and chew up an hour and a half of our time. So, assuming that doesn't happen, yeah. I mean,
well, the Fong ruling is like 2 days old, so we're all working together.
So we plan on being done Friday, Judge.
At the end of the day, basically?
Yeah, hopefully before that.
And the reason I ask is we have 7 witnesses planned for Monday morning.
Okay.
So, thanks.
Good. And then they'll be stacked up and ready to testify on Monday morning.
That's our goal, yes.
All right. Anything else for today then?
There is one, I mean, we don't have to talk about this now. We did file a couple of days ago a motion regarding their ski expert. Bob Bagner. Bob, yeah, however you pronounce it. So I haven't seen a response. I didn't figure that there would be one probably till the weekend, but.
Do you know what she's talking about?
And what is it?
We have no idea what you're talking about.
Oh, you may want to look.
To exclude the expert?
Not completely, but
Okay,
most of his testimony,
Okay.
correct.
All right.
Clarification on that. It was filed last week.
Okay. And so how much time would you like to respond to that in writing?
We don't even know what they're talking about, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, if it's how long is it?
It's late. Why are
15 pages, 10 pages?
Not even 10 pages.
So if it's a normal 10-page motion, how much time would you normally think that you might need between now and next week?
So let me just state, why are
copy.
we doing this instead of 45 days before trial?
This was a motion for clarification regarding that expert. We have the hard copy as well, but my office filed it last week. So we can give them a copy right now. Yes. That's why I wanted to raise it.
And Mr. Owens, I'm not trying to be obtuse here, but I need to see the motion and I need to see your response. Maybe you're fine with it. I don't know.
Motion, it's entitled Counterclaim Defendants, Motion for Clarification of Prior Order.
Okay.
It's 17 pages long.
Apologize.
So why don't we
And we don't like these motions, Your Honor, filed in the middle of trial.
I understand, but this is trial. And once you throw your anchor from the shore and you're out in the ocean, things happen.
Can we just at least learn why this wasn't filed when the motion deadline was in place?
Why don't you have that conversation privately and then you can respond in writing if you still have a problem with it. And if you want to file a written response, why don't you do it by noon on Sunday?
Okay.
Anything else from the lawyers?
No.
Okay.
No,
So
thank you.
so again, we'll plan on being here at 9 a.m. tomorrow. Unless there are issues to iron out about Fong's deposition, then we'll be here at 8:30.
Just want to tell you,
Did you send the video?
yes, the video.
Okay.
And
And the marked up transcript. Perfect. Perfect. And if there are things that I need to rule on at 8:30 in the morning, could someone email to the clerk that deposition transcript so I can have it in front of me when we're ruling on those?
One sentence for the record, I apologize. We disclosed Dr. Seeker's
Treatment dates, not their actual records.
Thank you.
Your Honor, I guess there was a press issue going on at lunch. I actually spent my hour at lunch on this. The AP requested a new location for its camera, and
It's not a new location. The existing order to the AP reporter is that they could have a camera, 2 cameras, one at each location where the other cameras were.
only directed at the lectern.
Correct.
That is the important part.
It's only directed at the lectern. If it's directed anywhere else, it'll be removed.
Thank you. Thank you, Hall.
Right.
Sorry, I know there's a lot of stress in the room sometimes, but we appreciate you, Judge, and your staff here to make this all happen.
All right. Well, I appreciate your hard work too, everybody. Thank you.
Thank you.